about an average. I'd give it 10 hours a week optimally. So we're talking about gosh, come on, quick math, David. Was that 100 hours? Am I stupid? That's not right. That doesn't seem right.
10 hours a week. It's 40 hours a month, give or take.
Yeah, so 3 months, it's 120 hours. Okay, so I wasn't actually too far off. In those 120 hours, I would say that I have made more progress than I did in the previous 200. Now, whether it could be more or less, I think there's open an opportunity for nuance, which I think is where a lot of the arguments that I've been able to comprehend kind of lie. Where I don't think anybody's argued that there's been some progress, whether we want to say it's the rank or just the actual gameplay itself. I have watched my own VODs back from a year ago. I won't say 3 months. I'm not, again, I want to make sure I'm super clear. This is not a comparison before rank up to now. I'm just saying I looked at my VODs from last year. I actually made a video reacting to my own gameplay, and I physically cringed at it. Because I was playing Winton and literally not moving. Like, I'm just sitting still, not jumping.
Actually, gaming, just to come to that point, I watched the start of that video, and I was actually disagreeing with a lot of your self-criticism and saying that you're getting bad advice from the Rank Up Academy, because you were actually playing some of these fights in a better way than you were telling yourself to play. And it's just in Rank Up Academy, it's just aggression, not considering any hero, not considering anything. When I was watching that Oasis video you're referencing to, I was like, you have to play Winston a completely different way than Xayah. You were like, oh, I'm full HP here, I should just get in there, not considering that you don't have bubble, you don't have a good staging position. It's a completely different playstyle between being 80 charge and a fight on Xayah, or having Winston that's fully based on full CD cycle, you know, because Xayah is a very specific hero where you're gonna power spike up and then you're gonna do damage, right? When Winston is like really with the heartbeat of the fight on your CD cycle, and I was actually like, oh, my man David might have learned something wrong from the
academy. Don't do this
to
me.
I think there's a way to maybe try and settle this so that we don't spend all of our time having this conversation. A minute ago, I say a minute ago, it's been a few more than one, but a little bit ago, we'll say, Awkward said something to the effect of, I hope he takes advantage of Derpy's mostly silly offer of, like, I feel like I could do. I think you were saying a legitimate thing, by the way, but the offer was to take those 10 coaching sessions that was, I think, more sarcastically offered than legitimately offered. But I think that the way that this is solved is, I believe the crux of this issue is whether or not Rank Up Academy is the most effective use of both time and money that I've invested to rank up. Is that a fair summary of the majority of the issue that I've understood? I'm asking Christopher.
It kind of got onto that. The first thing that ever started this was just like,
I'm not reacting. I'm in the call. I'm just not saying a lot right now. I'm mostly listening.
You on Midtown was not good coaching, and then we kind of questioned.
And I think that contributes though to what I just asked, would it not? Like, if he's not coaching well, it would also slow down. Would that be a fair? Okay, so it essentially envelops what Derpy has said. Christopher, I don't even know if I'm saying your name right, by the way. I've always
you are.
Okay, cool.
That's fine.
Okay, great. And Hadi, would that question I just asked a second ago, the idea of whether or not a different coaching, whatever structure, person, etc. The concern is whether or not I would benefit more from the same money invested, the same time invested, with a different group. Is that a correct?
No. That's incorrect. Because I don't think we are. Yeah, sure. We are not trying to disprove Rank Up Academy. But you talk about this progress you've made. My argument, the whole argument, and this is the one where, again, Awkward will say in 5 seconds, yeah, but we agree on this, is that actually the progress you made from this live coaching was either none at all or potentially negative. You might have got worse from some of the advice that was given. It's super possible that some of the VOD reviews that are done, like you look over codes together, you might get tremendous value from that. Because, you know, I mean, we've all, like, everyone here has done coaching, right? Like, I've had coaching sessions where someone's like, that 1 hour, like, everything clicked, you know, and then some hours where it's not so good. That's the argument, is that this format, about this 25 minutes, because this is all we have to go out, I'm not convinced it's taught you anything. If anything, I think it could have taught you more. And in some situations, I actually think it's teaching you to go backwards, you know? And that's the whole point, is this live coaching, this focus on the rock, I'm not convinced it's good.
Okay.
I understand that. That makes sense to me. Okay, so essentially, which is quite common with the internet, there's a significant amount of context that is lacking before making a presumption. So but you have at least acknowledged that, which I give you credit for, because the rest of the internet won't do that. But I think that it's important to understand that where we're at right now is we've made reasonable, and I will be clear, I'm not disputing the observations. I'm saying we're making reasonable observations, but we lack sufficient evidence to actually conclude what you're saying, I think.
Again, I think the
sure.
argument that I'm trying to make, and I'm pretty sure this is the same, it's nothing to do with Rank Up Academy. It's not even necessarily to do with the coach, although I think it is a little bit. It's specifically to do with the format of coaching that you received here.
That's live coaching format is your argument.
Live coaching, and
it's so
way he's focusing rock.
Yes.
Like the live coaching is an awful format. Plus, the coaching in the live coaching wasn't very bad. Was just very bad.
What's your problem with the live coaching format?
They couldn't demonstrate it really. Besides nothing.
I demonstrated it. I told you.
I'm here late.
I mean, this seems pointless if you're just already saying we didn't demonstrate at all. When I was telling you that.
I would like to know.
I would like to know. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, my bad thing about live coaching is that you have a lot of games that you auto win and auto lose, but Awkward just said that that's not true. When I firmly believe that opinion, that you have a lot of games you load into a lobby, you're gonna auto win unless you troll, you're gonna auto lose unless you're the god of gaming.
That doesn't have anything to do with the format, though.
I mean, it does, because you're potentially wasting. You have in my perspective, you have a 66% chance of wasting your time.
But what's the
Whereas
purpose?
with a VOD, you know what the outcome is, whether or not.
Yes, exactly. You know,
guaranteed useful VOD. It was close. Yes, exactly.
Spylo's trying to jump. Okay, guys, pause. Let Spylo jump in. Sure. He's been sitting here quietly for.
I'd like to ask one question. Wait, Spylo, give me one. I'd like to ask one question. I promise I'll be quiet.
No, it's okay.
So so Chris and Hadi, your assumption of effective coaching is based on the result of a win or a loss, just to get the question.
No, it's of a close game. It's exactly. It's the quality of the game. Exactly.
Yes. If your teammates, like we had in some of our games today, are just running it down from the start, you can't do more. But in some games where there is enough moments where if you've done X or Y better, and there's enough stuff that is so much more valuable a code than flipping a coin or rolling the dice, without a doubt.
Yeah, some games you can't do anything. Some games you don't have to do anything. And that, like, unless you're like one of the fucking best players, like 2 ranks plus above what you should be, then of course you can win like pretty much every game. But for example, like Chris is saying, when you're just playing, when you're pretty much the skill, maybe 1 rank above, maybe half a rank above, there's just games that you can't win, or there's games where you can just sit on a payload and do nothing, you know? And you're going to win.
So the point here is that, like, if the quality of game is really bad, which there is a percentage chance of that happening, then the value of the coaching, the guidance is down the toilet, because it's either so easy that there's no effort given, or it's so incredibly impossible that there's like an emotional frustration factor and there's nothing learned from that session, correct?
Yes, that's half the argument, yes.
Okay, what's the other half?
The other half of the argument is that whenever you do live coaching, the coach himself has to demonstrate value, you know? And doing that involves talking, and it's almost impossible to talk during the Overwatch is too fast paced. I'm seeing so many fights when David's getting coaching and the coach is yapping in his ear and David didn't hear a word. I know for a fact, because I can see it in your eyes, you didn't hear, because you're focusing on left clicking or cleaning up spawns. So even the words that even the coach's words aren't even heard. So that even Awkward can't deny, if you don't hear the words, it's not valuable, you know? And that happens so much. You get 12 seconds between fights. How the holy hell are we gonna demonstrate, like, explain concepts in that time, you know?
So
because if we pause it,
finish your thought.
That's it.
Okay, let me talk for just a quick second. Let me just give my 2 cents without interruption, if possible. So I agree with all those points. Let me kind of explain where I have found value with live coaching, because I have found it to be a tool that has to be used very selectively and carefully. First off, I rarely, not never, but rarely do live coaching with the first session because it's really important that there's an understanding gap. There has to be teaching. They have to understand the principles. They have to demonstrate. We have to demonstrate it. We have to review. We have to explain the principles and concepts. And so I agree that it is pointless to try to explain and teach during a live coaching session. If not, it's almost impossible. Almost impossible. Okay? So I don't like that. So once you establish a level of, okay, we've had maybe a VOD review or two, maybe a session or two, this is where I have found the value of live coaching to be useful. And there's only one specific use for live coaching I've found. And that is to help the player understand and develop the mind state with which to practice the skill correctly. Let me give you an example. And this is where this kind of answers the problem, like how do you live coach effectively? What's the value of live coaching? I just did live coaching today, okay? This is with a student that I've been working with for some time, coached him from Diamond to Grandmaster in support. We've coached him from Diamond to Master on DPS. He's just kind of jumping from role to role, trying to get Grandmaster in all roles. He is very familiar with off-angle, cover usage, cooldown management, and so on. Very familiar with all these principles. We don't need to teach him very much anymore. So what we do when we do this live coaching is we help him practice getting in the mind state of how to practice effectively, which, as Awkward mentioned earlier, is a kind of a single-minded focus. You go into a game, I'm not talking about the accretion focus necessarily, but you go into a game with a specific purpose of something that you're trying to train. So for today, we've talked about angles. His job was to take an angle and then behave differently depending on how many resources were thrown his way. Because when you take off angles in Overwatch, people push you. So what his job was to practice, take an angle, respond accordingly to what the enemy team does. And that's all we practiced. And so all the live coaching that I did really was prompting and encouraging him to discard any negative things that happened the previous fight or getting too egotistical because things went too well the previous fight. Basically, all I was doing with live coaching was prompting him, hey, where do you need to be? Relax.
Focus.
Right, establishing focus. That's really what live coaching is all about, is establishing focus and helping the player feel. And the reality is that most players, when we do live coaching, are almost exhausted by the end of the session because all I'm doing is going, where should you be? Where should you be? Or maybe it's an aim mechanical prop, crosshair placement. Where's your crosshair? Where's your crosshair? I'm not teaching. I'm just forcing them to. Hang on one second. I'm almost done. So that to me is the value of live coaching. It has to be used selectively. There can be no teaching or instruction. There can be no yapping. It has to be just simply framing. And for some people, getting the mindset of what that feels like to play with that level of intent and that level of focus is what they need to rank up. And I think. But that can only be done once the principles are understood. That can only be done once the principles are understood.
I have a context question for you, Spilo. Have you seen the Midtone video that we're referencing?
No, I have not. I've not seen any of the context of anything that you guys are talking about.
What I want to ask you, would you say it would be a useful resource of time and money to do a live coaching session and only say rock, you should have rocked there, and just saying, oh, unlucky this fight, you didn't use the rock correctly, rock. Do you think that would be a good use of a live coaching session?
I mean, probably not, no, but again, I'm missing context of what would happen.
Yeah,
so probably not, no.
I respect that.
I just want to say, by the way, though,
also not towards Awkward, because I want to ask Awkward a question right here. Yeah. I have somebody in my chat right here who seems really smart. He might have a PhD or something, and he told me it is scientifically proven that it's easier to learn something right in the first place instead of correcting a wrong behavior. What do you think about that? I don't have the papers to support this, so I might come back with the evidence.
That's a fallacy. I have a PhD is a fallacy. Just so you know.
No. I'm saying he might have a PhD because he seems really smart, right? So I think I can pretty easily and comfortably appeal to authority right here. So I think just having this message. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm making a joke out of what you said and what I'm saying.
I'm just playing with
you. Yes. So what I'm saying is that you are telling that your coaching philosophy is to just hammer in one thing, and that's aggression, and then turn it down later. Seems to be scientifically disproven. Like I said, I don't have the evidence right now to support my claim, but I might come back to you later.
All right. What I want to say, by the way, is that I completely, with every single word that Spilo just said, I completely agree. Our live coaching sessions are never done at the first session. We always recommend doing them at the fourth or the third session. And it's exactly for the purpose of what Spilo has said, which is to kind of hammer down specific points, to play with intent, to make sure they don't autopilot, to make sure that people are actually implementing the advice that is giving to them. Because I think that if you've done coaching long enough, you work with a numerous amount of people, you know that one of the biggest things that happen to people is that after in the coaching session, they might play well, or after the coaching session for a day or two, they play well, but they tend to autopilot 3, 4, 5 days later, and they revert back to their old habits when things don't go well. Because they think that if they did not do well, it must be, what I'm doing is incorrect, when in reality it's just, well, maybe the implementation is not the best, but it's not like you're doing the incorrect things, but they're just not good enough yet. So I'll give you an example. So for example, if doing damage is the way on Ana is the way what you need to work on, and you're losing games, it doesn't mean that doing damage on Ana is wrong. It just means that perhaps you're doing damage at the wrong time. Maybe you forget to heal people. So instead of kind of toning down the aggression or looking, how can I do the aggression better, they just completely revert back to let me heal bot. So what I want to say is I completely agree with everything that Spilo said, and that's I'm not going to even argue against that, because that's actually the purpose of why we do live coaching.
But I think your live coaching is... Sorry, go ahead, Spilo.
No, finish, Derpy. If you know how to turn it around.
I was going to say, I know Spilo's lacking the context. I just felt like if you had... yes, accurate live coaching is good. I can agree on that. But the guy in the VC was telling him to rock, but he was telling him to rock at the wrong times. It wasn't even seconds off. He shouldn't have rocked for 10 seconds, but you just tell him to rock. I feel like if you're going to do live coaching, you need to enforce in his head the correct time to use the rock ability. And he was kind of just saying it every time that an enemy player appeared on the screen versus
Sure. Derpy, I agree with you. I already agreed with you that there's a perfect time and place to rock. You think, based on what you've seen on the context, that the coach should have told him how to use the rock. But what I'm saying is that we're not at that point yet.
I think he was trying his best to be honest.
Trying his best.
I think he was trying his best. I think the coach was trying to recognize enemy cooldowns and then tell him when to rock. I don't think he was just spamming rock every 3 seconds. Otherwise, we could have done that without a coach. I actually think
he was trying to, Derpy. I actually disagree. I agree with you that he doesn't know when to rock, but I also saying that I think that's the only thing he was saying, just rock, and didn't even attempt, and also that maybe showed that he doesn't know.
There were some examples though, he was they use the shield is down, let's rock, but they still had fortify, so your rock is he was mid-fortify when he called him to rock, so I don't know. I think we need to wait out fortify first.
If I can interject really quick here, Awkward, I think the criticism that I've seen this, maybe if we could sum the disagreement here a little bit, is that where you've been rightly critical of me in the past, I think, indirectly, nothing targeted, of course, about too much nuance, too much complication for players that just need simple fundamentals, and then we can kind of elaborate on here. Alternatively, sometimes people get the impression that with a lot of your services is that you will kind of boil things down to some rules that maybe don't have players thinking enough, or are rules that are not necessarily accurate. It's that balance there, right? Where you want players to have simple principles and follow the simple principles, and as they get better. But if that leads to you just saying rock, not necessarily saying that's what was happening, but that's the impression. Where for me, it's the opposite. It's all right, let's think about angles, let's get you thinking, but then we start getting swamped down and bogged down with nuance, and obviously that's not good either. That's the criticism that you could apply to me, and I think this is kind of what the criticism has been for you, at least with this particular example. I don't know if I'm correct, but that's the impression I'm getting.
No, I get. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, somebody in my chat said what you said, Awkward, quote unquote, we are not at the state of when to rock, and that it's just an in-kind of what we've been saying. You're just teaching gaming just to press E whenever, and teaching him bad habits that are going to be harder to fix later, instead of acknowledging that Gaming for Hope, even just having a diamond peak in the past, is a good enough player to know that he can press the E button, and if he has made that mistake in the past, that it doesn't need a 25-minute personal vote to just say, yo, press your E off cooldown. Maybe just a Discord DM is gonna suffice.
All right, I'll respond first to Spalo because he said something first. And by the way, I totally get the criticism, and yeah, I did indirectly say, but it wasn't specifically about you. It was just, you know, whatever I saw on that day on YouTube or something.
Yeah.
It's too like kind of hyperboles. Too simple is bad. Too nuanced is bad, and I agree. And of course, there's context to be made to specific scenarios. I'll tell you my philosophy, and I don't think anybody will disagree with that, unless you do. Is that first with a player, you need to focus on what he needs to do right about 85 to 90% of the time, right? After he manages to do 85 to 90% of the time the thing correctly, or at the very least, you know, he's trying to, then we can kind of boil down to the other 5-10% of the low nuance. Okay, when do you not do that? When do you not go there? Like, we can all agree going to the high ground is good about 80% of the time, but there's sometimes that high ground is bad. But first, when you see somebody that is not completely avoiding the high ground, only playing on the low ground, you first tell him, utilize high grounds more. Just, of course, I'm saying it super generally.
Sure.
After he uses high grounds more and then he dies or fights don't work out, you get to the point of, okay, you're utilizing high grounds. Why do you think this specifically didn't work out? And then you say, well, because I couldn't see anybody. Well, if you couldn't see anybody, that's the time to drop from the high ground. You want to move somewhere where we can actually see enemies and have an angle on them. So I think there's no disagreement there at all. That's pretty much my philosophy of how I approach it. And of course, when you do what we do like in the academy is it's not a one-on-one 1 hour coaching. It's spread out through the entire month, so people get weekly sessions. So it's easier to follow up on if somebody had a mistake with rock or any cooldown or off angles or CD usage.
Sure.
You want to see the progress in the first week too. Depends on how long it takes them because it's all individual. And then you make the corrections after that because the corrections are going to be completely minor in comparison to the general thing that you're trying to correct in the first place.
Can I ask you a question really fast here? So if this particular coaching session, I'm going to make some assumptions here. It's just like basically like we need to get David spamming rock, right? Just we need to get using rock, use it off cooldown, get comfortable with the art, get comfortable with the mechanic. What would be the timetable?
Not a mechanic.
So just how to use it or how to aim it? Like what was the intention?
I'll give the context.
Well,
can I give the context, Hattie? Can I give the context?
Using it.
Hey, let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay. So the context of this is that gaming has received a VOD review before. And in the VOD review, in 20 minutes, he have used the rock 5 or 6 times. This is not an exaggeration. Right. That is the actual number. Okay. So in the live coaching session, we wanted to Coach wanted to make sure that he is actually actively using his rock. And even in the live coaching session, there were times where gaming completely forgot about it and we're just enhancing using the rock. Of course, in the session, you also talk about different things that are going to be the lead up of what expected next week, but they're probably going to work on next week because the feedback is usually given. Okay, you saw how the rock was a game changer. I'm glad you're using it more. Did you notice that you didn't capitalize on the aggression? So you forced cooldowns and you didn't push, and that is pretty much a tiny hint where it's going next week. So now we're going to focus on. You force CDs with your rock, or you capitalize with your rock, and then you push once you have the advantage. It's simple example.
Yeah. So this was kind of my question, right? So the intention was to overcompensate towards aggression due to a bad tendency initially.
Yes.
With the intention of a week later, whatever, to start to educate those decision makings. And I think the criticism from Chris and Hadi has been that timetable doesn't make sense. Your path makes sense, but I think the criticism is that
unless David wants to go bankrupt, then it's perfect.
How much money do you think that this costs? Like, I'm not trying to be arrogant here.
David, I'll answer that. How long do you think using this timetable is going to be before? Like, what happens after you learn to use rock 7 weeks down the line? Then we're going to talk about positioning and shield.
I don't think it's going to take 7 weeks.
It has to. It has to. If all we're able to do in the first 2 sessions is spam rock, if it takes 2 sessions to say spam rock, then all other progress, which is way more difficult and way more nuanced, is going to take longer. This is the simplest step, and it still took 1 hour VOD review and 25-minute live coaching.
It wasn't a 1 hour VOD review, but all right.
No, how long was the VOD review?
Like 15 minutes.
Yeah, maybe 20 minutes at
20
most.
minutes.
Okay, so it takes 1 hour to learn to just press E. Even at that time frame, I'm gonna
Yes,
be
correct.
like 67 by the time you figure out how to
Chris,
use the rock
What-
in every
You've
situation.
got to stop using this meme. It's hilarious and all, but come on.
Also, if
man.
we're not worried about the money part, at least we should be worried about our time part. You know,
Time
the most
is money.
valuable.
I think the
time
reason
is
why he
money.
joined is because he was pretty much concerned with that. Correct me if I'm wrong, David.
I'm so sorry. I was reading the 4 chats I'm trying to keep up with too.
They're saying, you know, like that coaching session was not valuable because aren't you valuing your time? I think the reason why you're in the Rank Up Academy is because you value your time, because you've been stuck for a very long time beforehand.
Right, that was
I think that's pretty.
That's why I stayed. Yeah.
Well, I think also, like, you know, Chris and Hadi, I think that nobody's pointing a gun to David's head or telling him to stay or
That's
join.
true. Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
And if he wouldn't find value, and he, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, David, you tried many different coaches and something stuck with you. And I'm sure that a lot of people, you know, that could try coaching with me, and then would go coaching with you, Chris, and they would stick with you more, or Spilo or Hadi for that matter. It's all good, but for some people. Your philosophy sticks more. For some people, my philosophy sticks more. That's completely okay. You know, we have an open market, and everybody can choose. Nobody is held at gunpoint to be with me or be with you.
Speak for yourself.
Agreed? Yeah.
This is your chance.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to jump into the awkward silence there, and basically say that I think that and I think an area that I can probably assume safely we'll all agree on is that people learn differently. Everybody has a different learning style. Consequently, also, different coaches have a different coaching style. Now, understand me, I'm not getting into the rocks nuance. We're not going to stay stuck on this. I think we all actually fundamentally agree that there was some opportunity for growth in the coach's side there, myself included. Okay? I mean, I outright the example that was used, I've acknowledged that, yes, even in that moment, I'm like, why would I use rock there? I'm not going to hit him. Like, why would I do that? I think that generally we agree on that, so I'm moving past that. When I actually talked about this recently, I don't remember when or what context, but it was brought up, and this idea of different students learn different ways, different teachers teach different ways. And finding the teacher as a student that will teach you well in this space is very, there's a huge opportunity for it. There's a lot of incredible coaches out there that each have different approaches, largely to what Awkward was just saying. And I found that over the course of my time receiving coaching, this band's way back, by the way. I got coached by a person that doesn't even coach. It was just somebody that was higher ranked than I was by a significant margin. I was silver at the time. This is a GM player. And I'm like, okay, I could probably learn something from this person. But I even say to that person to this day that I didn't learn much from him because of his teaching style. It had nothing to do with him. It had everything to do with just an incompatibility. It wasn't even a personal issue. Mm-hmm. So to the effect of length of time to teach something, it is both the teacher and the student who is responsible for the length of time that takes. And for me, in that session, while yes, there was a lot of use rock, and some of those were like, why are we doing this? One of the things that I think about with that is, okay, but I wasn't using it at all before. Like let's all be
true.
Huh?
That cannot be true.
At least in the VOD,
yeah.
I wasn't. And
Yes,
that's the part
yes,
that
maybe that was
David, David, I'm sorry. I refuse to believe you hit diamond with E unbound. I just refuse to believe.
Okay, well, actually, I can tell you exactly why that happened. Do you want to know?
I would love to know.
Zarya. Zero hesitation. I don't play SIG that often. Seriously, if I pull up my career profile right now, I'll screenshot it. Hear me out on this, okay? If I only play 40 hours a week and I play 30 of those on Zarya, that means that by default, Sigma gameplay is only responsible for 25% of those. And then consequently, that the Rock is also not responsible for even 5% of the rank up. My point is, you're asking, how in the world would I have gotten to Diamond? Well, earlier you also implied that there was rank inflation that would have gotten me there as well, which is very possible, and I'm open to that. But that combined with the fact that Zarya, my SR on Zarya alone is master. My SR on Sigma is platinum. There is a disparity between the two heroes.
Let's not talk about
because of the
heroes,
amount of time.
please. We're having a very organized.
Yeah.
I know. That was just meant to be more of a joke. Anyway, so seriously though, I'll stop joking around. I'm sorry. I'll focus and be serious. But no, of course not. Thank you for asking, because great debate and what it is. But anyway, seriously, all joking aside, I don't think that anybody would argue that my Zarya is infinitely better than my Sigma, because I have more hours on the hero. I've had more time.
Yeah.
I've had more, like, there's no arguing that. So to that end, you're asking how would I have gotten to Diamond? Again, rank inflation notwithstanding. How would I have gotten to Diamond? It's because I play Zarya 70% of the time. And I do pretty well with her. That is
I agree. I love your Zarya gameplay, by the way. I want you to know that I'm very jealous of your aim, unironically. Okay?
Yeah, Chris is actually.
I'm not even joking. It sounds like I'm actually fully serious with it. Okay. But,
okay, I'll take it.
Okay. But we need to take context about how outrageous what we are saying is, because we are pretending that even if your hero SR is plat on Sigma or whatever it is, or you clearly win some games in Diamond on Sigma, we are pretending that you didn't press E ever.
Okay. Let's be clear.
We're pretending.
We're pretending. Words. That's fair.
But
I shouldn't use superlative words. That's on me. It wasn't not ever. It was 6 times in 20 minutes.
Yeah, in one
and I
game,
think that's
right?
pretty dang close to the same, right?
No. But there was no way some of these rocks in that VOD, David, where the coach is going, yeah, that's why we use rock, baby, on a standing still Zen. There's no way you weren't pressing E there. No way. Unless you were genuinely bronze at Sigma.
He would. One out of 6 times on AFK.
No. That's a lie. That's
Actually,
a lie.
All 6 of those times was a Zenyatta. You just weren't there for it.
I guarantee the comp you played against was like some annoying comp where there wasn't rock opportunities. But tons of these rocks that you were getting value with, and the coach was going, yeah, baby, rock central. There's no way you weren't using that rock before the coaching. I refuse to believe you left click as Zen is walking. I refuse to believe you're not rocking him. Sigma's matrixing in front of you. You're gonna rock, you know? The one where you got it down the hallway and you killed the Kiri, you were always rocking there. There's no way. I refuse to believe half of the good rocks you would have done before the coaching has to be true. You cannot convince me it's not true. Otherwise, how the fuck am I still in Masters if that's the state of Diamond where you don't even press E? That can't be true.
This argument is just a projection, Chris. Come on, man.
No, I'm serious though. There's no way.
It's a little bit personal, man. Nah, but the thing is, Chris, it's not. So what you're saying is that in other VODs you might have done better. Yeah, and that could be the case. But the thing is, there's an underlying issue. Okay, maybe one time it's 6 times 20 minutes. At other times, okay, it's 3 times in 4 minutes. Generally, the issue that is reoccurring that he does not use his rock enough. Maybe one time it was extremely never using it, and sometimes he used it 60% capability. Sure, I mean I'm willing to concede that point. Sure, but still it doesn't mean
70.
it's still sure, but it still means that he isn't using his rock enough. Whether he does it 6 out of 50 times or 35 out of 50 times that he could have done it. That's the point. But I think that if he's using it 40 times out of 50, we wouldn't mention that it's a problem. That's my point.
I don't know. I don't know. I just can't believe that. I feel okay. Okay, David. I'm gonna say this because I'm gonna speak the truth. Okay. I hope this doesn't offend you.
Be brutal.
Okay,
I'm not.
Okay.
You are gonna have a hard time offending me. I exist on the internet, and people think the wildest shit about me. You're not gonna offend me. Go ahead.
I hate the woke people too, David. Okay, me and you.
That's
Okay.
not what I said. To be clear.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. With chest out. Okay. Anyway, okay. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna say. Is if Awkward and Rank Up Academy think that you need an hour of coaching to just press E, they must think you are so terrible at the game. That's what they have to think, because they think you are so incapable of even the most basic concepts that we need to teach this guy who's mid-diamond that he needs to press E every 5 seconds. Even he can't even understand how it interacts with Sigma Matrix. That's too far for David. That's what Rank Up Academy must feel, but that can't be true. There must be a better way here.
What? I'm gonna throw you a really big curveball here. What if it was true? What if I was literally not rocking? Like we've said, just trust me a little bit here. In a VOD, you don't know all the again. You've already
watch your streams, David. I promise you, I have more hours on Gaming for Hope stream than 90% of people. You need to know I'm always there.
So
you were not using.
We're always there. We're always there.
Yeah, they're in the walls, dude. But I seriously, like, I appreciate it, but like in all seriousness, you're probably in the examples that you have seen, there is a legitimate statement that you're making. You're saying that from what you have seen in the immense amount of hours you have watched my streams, you have seen rocks where it's like, okay, yeah, that was a good rock. He clearly knows how to press E. Well, not even good rock. Not okay. That was a poor phraseology on my part. Let me correct that. You have seen me press E. We'll just leave it at that simple, okay?
Yeah.
You're like, okay, clearly he knows how to do that. And the concern that you have is you've seen all of that. Why is my coach coaching that? Because my coach saw 20 minutes of gameplay where I only used rock 6 times. You, on the other hand, you get the advantage of watching hours.
Okay. No, yeah, okay. So then here's the question, David. How do I know you better than the coaches you pay?
Which is a totally legitimate question. Maybe because he's got. Well, here's the flip side, okay? Because this is a reality you have to think about as a creator. You get the advantage of the fact that part of your time, and if I'm not mistaken, a good majority of your time is spent live streaming and creating content. His time is spent coaching. He has more than just me to coach. So when he is coaching, he's not watching my stream on his other monitor. He needs to be focused on the person in front of him. He is not just coaching. He is not just VOD reviewing. He is not just live coaching. He is consistently looking over clips that are submitted. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes well beyond what we talked about that I am confident he's responsible for more than that. And of all the people in the world, time is something that I do understand, and it is important that we understand that your scope of what you do on a day-to-day is different than his. So he doesn't have time to sit and watch my stream during Q.
I mean, first of all, okay, Chris is a Masters prodigy. He is a Coach of the Year on a OWCS team, and he has a tennis Grandmaster, just to back out Chris right here.
That's true. Okay. Also, I do tons of coaching too. Just so you know, I do tons of private coaching.
I would like to present a question. I feel like maybe this entire time we've been too focused on this one single VOD where you threw 6 rocks in 20 minutes. And I think what some people are getting at is that they've watched your streams even before that live coaching and seen you use the rock ability more often. Gaming for Hope, you could, I don't know you're going to answer this question. You could say yes, you could say no. Do you feel like you're too focused on that one VOD and maybe your coach is too focused on that one VOD for you to require live coaching where he just tells you to spam rock and that's all he does? Or do you think like your pattern, like the games you've played over the last 6 months on SIG before that coaching session, do you think you just didn't use rock at all? Like, would you agree that that's
exactly Waloob? Thank you for picking up on that.
Of course if we look outside that one VOD, but that's the key point. He doesn't have the time to, is kind of the crux of what we're talking about right now. But I will say, here's the flip side of this. Okay, here's the flip side of this. This does not require more than the 3 brain cells we all have running around in our heads right now. Okay, this is very simply put. He has just that one VOD to go off of, but I also had the opportunity to say, wait, why are we focusing on rock? I know how to use rock. Why are we? I know to use rock. I know that you saw the one VOD.
Yeah, but you have way less responsibility in this situation than your coach, you know?
Did you know, Gaming Pro, did you know going into that live coaching that the whole focus would be rocks? I'm just curious. Or did you think it was going to be like a general live coaching?
I figured it would be a continuation from the VOD, which was rocks, yeah.
So he opened up and said, today we're just going to be focusing on using rocks. And then you didn't say anything. What he actually said
in the very beginning of it, I actually posted it from the beginning.
Every time that rock is said, I'm going to ring the bell.
When you join a call.
Yeah, so at the very beginning of there, if I'm not mistaken, now my short-term memory is cooked by TikTok, all right? So it's very possible that I don't remember this perfectly, but I seem to remember it being strongly along the lines of, I'm going to give you guys one fight, I'm going to watch it as usual, and then I'm going to give you some pointers from there forward.
Yes, and okay, so that's what I understood. And then I watched that first fight, and I think your rock usage was maybe 5th place in line, and like what you could have worked on.
Agreed.
I think the target that you looked at was probably your first problem. Your shield was terrible. If I was coaching or somebody else was coaching, and we weren't just focused on rocks, I think we could have went in a whole different route than just focusing on rocks. I feel like that was maybe the 5th thing we could have looked at off the first fight.
So you're just saying there were better priorities, correct? Which has been,
Yeah.
to be fair, I've understood that's been a consistent theme. I'm not quite that clueless.
So like if you was gonna hone you down on one thing the whole game, maybe it could have been like, who are we looking at? Where's our crosshair placed
target
on?
priority.
What is
Yeah,
our shield
definitely.
doing for us right now? Because I feel like rock management kind of comes along when you learn all of those things. You'll be able to use your rock more and find opportunities for it more. So if we were just looking at that first fight, I would be like, hey, you looked at that soldier for too long. You threw your shield all the way to him. We could have just looked at their SIG, put the shield in front of us, and then we would have found a better opportunity to look for something like the rock. But what is going on there?
Every time rock is said, I'm ringing a bell. Just FYI. So
You need to watch that video. You need to go watch that video and do that. You need to watch
Kick speed and
we've officially achieved a
Spilo,
rock
I know
counter.
you're not a drinker, but if you went and took a
I'm
shot every
taking a
time that guy
shot.
said rock, we
Yeah,
would be
yeah,
toasted in 5 minutes. All
Yeah,
right.
basically. Let me interject really fast because I
for
got to
it.
roll. I'm losing brain cells at this point. So the way that I say it, I'm gonna be honest with you, perfectly honest. Okay, I'm not super familiar with your gameplay, David. To be honest with you,
Of course.
But from what
No, it's
little
okay.
bit I have seen, you struggle with the quality of playtime and quantity of playtime. Let's be honest, right? You don't have a lot of hours,
Yeah.
and you read too much chat. You get too frustrated, and you don't put the level of intent into the games that you probably should. Okay.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I
Yep.
have
Criticism.
always
Yep.
been always been like kind of given the impression that you just need somebody to just say stop what you're doing and keep bubbling yourself and keep doing damage. Stop freaking overcomplicating it. Stop just doing it. And so I think the argument here is I don't like the coaching service format. I'm not playing, never using it myself for many of the reasons that have been brought up here. Okay. And we're not going to sit here and talk about whether the rock was good feedback or not. I'm so freaking tired. Okay. I'm so freaking tired of hearing that. Okay. But if with you, it's always been, you just don't play with intent. You just don't play with intent. You just don't get the amount of hours. And if that's what Rank Up Academy has helped you with, then fine. Sure. So be it. Because it's not just about like new information. It's about somebody and you're basically telling you what to do. Now, I don't know if that Rank Up Academy is doing that. And I don't know if it's the best way of doing that because I don't know. But that's always been, I feel like, your problem is that you just glaze through the game without really a lot of intent. And that's why you've been plateaued for as long as you have. You've had 15 trillion different coaches, 15 trillion different feedbacks, 15 trillion different ideas, and none of it stuck. The problem is you and the amount of training time that you've actually put in the game, the quality of training time. And that's just fine. Like your father, you've got work, you've got other priorities, right? So that, to me, the debate kind of needs to stop and end there. It's like, is the format allowing you to actually train with direction and intent consistently and giving you enough feedback, good quality feedback? If the answer is no, then it's just no. And if the answer is yes, okay, it's fine. See, that's why I think Rank Up Academy probably works for a lot of players, is because all those players need to do is to stop, like what Aqua was saying earlier, is just start doing damage, but that just doesn't necessarily work for everybody. So, but
No,
That's
yeah.
a hyperbole, I hope. That's
but I will be honest with you guys, like this conversation about the rock is like completely pointless. Like, okay, it probably wasn't
I was
necessarily
trying to open it up and say that it doesn't need to be about the rock.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. It doesn't. The reason why the rock is the thing is it's the number one is like, is it good to have something practiced brainlessly without intent and just to overcompensate for a problem? I mean, obviously, like I believe you if you said that you're not using rock, so it's fine. But it needs to be more about like the principle of like a coaching service versus having a coach, the principle of live coaching versus VOD review, and that's pretty much it. So I've said my 2 cents. I'm gonna keep ringing the bell, but maybe I might have to head out in a second here.
You're good.
So about the rock, guys.
Let's start talking about the rock. Let's start talking about the rock.
All right, we're gonna call it there. Okay. Reason why we talk about this, the reason why I wanted to jump in even just briefly, because I do think it's important to understand what the point of coaching is, and it's not just about feedback. It's also about direction. And then also, so I will be in defense of Awkward System there, but the criticism of Awkward System is this is why I don't run coaching services. People have been after me for 4 years to do a coaching service, to do a online, what are they called? An online curriculum. What's it called? Like a guide or whatever. And the reality is that, like, I'm not saying that all of those are worthless and not worth your time necessarily. A class, no, not even a class, like Jake did one, masterclass, sure. I just don't think it works. I think it can be helpful, but especially in the days of information that we have now.
But wooden walls aren't terribly rock resistant.
True.
Either.
We have so much information out there that's good. That's really not the problem with most people's improvement when it comes to Overwatch or other things. People need somebody in their ear guiding them consistently. And the reason why I have a lot of mixed feelings about coaching services is not just due to the quality of coach, which we've already kind of established. It can be really, really hard to find people that you trust to do a good job. But the other problem is that it just doesn't have the level of personal conversation and consistency that it's just not, there's just nothing going to replace that sort of one-on-one consistency. Now, I'm not saying that my services are any better. Mine are kind of way too expensive to be done consistently, really. Like, the reality is that, like, there's going to be a shortcoming from a matter of choice that you have. Most folks cannot afford a Spilo session every week, much less every week, right? But my point being is that, like, a coaching service is not necessarily going to be any better because you're not going to get the level of personal attention necessarily. And I don't want to hear like, oh, well, Awkward. It's not different. It's just not going to be different. And I've heard enough from Awkward. It's not anything to do with Awkward. It's the format I just don't think works. At least not with Overwatch. At least not with Overwatch. So this wasn't just about like, I could not possibly care less what this was discussed about or who was being coached or whose gameplay or what rank. This is just more about coaching philosophy and like, to me, what works and what doesn't. So you just have to have a direction. And for me, it's like, it's not just about giving feedback. It's not just about teaching. Because I think that was part of the over conversation. I felt like Chris and Hadi were underselling the value of live coaching potentially, but it does take quality to do it. You have to know how to do it correctly. Yeah, maybe, Brax. You probably should. But at that point, you probably just save it for a non-trackball. Well, I'm glad that the Spilo coaching channel helped a lot, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, there's a reason why that resource is free. People have like, some folks have reached out to me and they have said reasonably, you should have like a subscription service for access for Spilo coaching. And I'm a nice guy, so I said no. Right? Because I'm a nice guy. I'm the sweetest guy in the history of the world. But there's another reason why that's the case, is because I don't think that Spilo coaching is, I mean, it would depend on how expensive it was, but what would probably be recommended to charge for Spilo coaching probably wouldn't be valuable enough to justify the cost. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you, it wouldn't be worth the cost. If it was $10 a month, maybe. But there's a reason why. Thank you, Boris. The reason why, even if I had full confidence in Spilo coaching, like, let's say that, like, objectively Spilo coaching is perfect. It's not, but let's just pretend that it was, okay? In an alternate universe. You would still have students that would watch all the coaching sessions and still only make marginal improvements because the problem wouldn't be necessarily their understanding, or it would be their understanding and they actually would need to get in a conversation with somebody, a back and forth with their own gameplay for it to click. I mean, I cannot tell you the number of times, even the last 6 months, where I have somebody that's watched Spilo coaching, has ranked up a little bit, has improved a little bit, it definitely improved their understanding of the game, gone up a rank maybe, and then plateaued. They keep watching the VODs, they're not improving. We sit in a conversation, we talk about the exact same stuff on the Spilo coaching video, literally the same concepts, but somehow because it's a one-on-one conversation, because it's their own gameplay, and because they get their questions answered, it clicks and they help break the plateau again. Or maybe the problem is more to do with training routine or training practice, right? It's that level of intimacy that's like, it's really hard to replace that. Either through the intimacy of the one-on-one with the coach or the player taking personal initiative and improving themselves. Like, those two things have to be happening. Otherwise it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It doesn't matter how good the information is. It just really isn't, right? Like, we live in a world right now where, like, quite literally there's enough information on YouTube alone to be quite good at almost any skill. Music, engineering, mathematics, anything. And yet coaching is still a thing, right? And it matters, right? I mean, it's not like people are stupid. They can't understand from a coaching video. It's just how it works. And it's really funny because people will go like, my gosh, like, I feel so stupid. Like, I've watched all these videos and it's like, most people probably, there's a very careful line Most people that play Overwatch need to watch Spilo coaching or get educational information or whatever. But once you get to that educational subset, a lot of folks that I work with, we've talked about this before, actually study too much. They study too much. They get too many new ideas, too many concepts, even from the same source. And they don't train enough, and they don't train consistently. And they try to work on too many different things. Or they don't put enough intent and attention to what they're doing. So, that to me is the important thing. That's what I've tried to do as good of a job with my coaching services. It's why we have Spilo coaching. It's why we have the post-coaching checklist. It's why we have the basically questions and answers are always available. And it's why I've even tried to accommodate.
I think it's also that people communicate differently and you can resolve communication style issues in one-on-one, but there's nothing to fix that in VODs.
Right.
Like I can watch VODs and grasp theory all day, but that's not going to make...
Yes, correct. And there's the other way of looking at things too, which is I disagree mostly that people have different learning styles. I think that's mostly been debunked. But I do think that there's different communicational styles and that you can talk with people differently according to like what works for them. And this has actually been kind of funny sometimes where I've been very soft in sessions because I could kind of sense that it was the kind of the way that it helped them to kind of settle down. That's what the player needed in the session. And I've been very hard on people as well. And usually a good-natured, funny way, but kind of like, hey, like I'm going to get your attention a little bit here. And sometimes I'll get comments on those videos of like, well, you were being mean, or wow, you were being way too gentle because the session wasn't for you. It was for them, right? And so there is that kind of that weird dynamic. But I think when it comes to learning styles, a lot of it's really just communicating with the person effectively, which can be a difficult, challenging thing to do. Love you. Which is why the 30-minute replay reviews, I offer voice with those whenever I possibly can. Now, they are shorter, they are quick to the point, but even for something like just a gameplay review, I'm still trying to have a discourse with that person because I do think it's valuable. Because back when I used to only do VOD reviews, people weren't in voice. This is actually why I stopped streaming VOD reviews, is because I would do gameplay analysis on stream. Person wouldn't be in voice. And I'm coaching Twitch chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm coaching Twitch chat. I'm not coaching the student. And even if I was putting all my intent on the student, they're not there to explain their thought processes. And, well, the reason I did this was because of this. Like, see, the thing is, like, the thing about coaching is I like when players make excuses. I like when players make excuses. Not whining and complaining and fighting back with me all the time, but I really do like when players make excuses. I like when players say, well, the reason I did this was because of this, or, well, no, actually, but what about this, right? Because to me, that tells me that they're thinking and they're listening, and I'm getting to the root cause of what was causing that problem, right? So we're in a few minutes here, we're gonna talk about some misunderstood heroes, and we're gonna try to start from a standpoint of not just this is what you do, but this is why you do it. And this is why most people get it wrong. Because there's a reason why people play those characters wrong. Right? There's always logic behind it. It's not good logic necessarily, or maybe it's just a misinformed logic, but there's a reason. People aren't stupid. They're going to try to do something for a reason most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. And so, like, if you don't have that conversation with a person making excuses, person trying to explain themselves, then you really don't really get to the root cause here. You just say, shut up and do what I tell you to. You see what I'm saying? And that's not great. So I've actually had to delete comments before in Spilo coaching, and sadly, I have to basically every week. People are often rude to students. No, not often. That's not fair. Occasionally. Because people will be like, oh, the student was very combative and disagreed with Spilo all the time. I'm like, no, this is what I want. Like, some of my best students, some of my best friends in the pro scene, Hottie, Backbone, Molfig back in the day. I'm trying to think. Going all the way back to like A10, back with Phase 2. These were smart players that disagreed with me a lot. And we would debate and argue, and usually I won because that's my job, but not always. And there would be a discourse. And to be honest with you, those are the students I enjoyed working with the most because it applied. It worked. They would argue their point, and I would argue mine, and we debate, and we come up with a solution. And because they were so engaged in that discussion and that discourse that they would actually go then try, or they would really apply themselves to, right? Like I like students that would also just shut up and follow what I did sometimes, but more often than not, those students, they didn't really have that initiative, to kind of figure things out on their own. You remember? Yeah, for sure. But those are the strongest relationships I've had with students, and students that have often progressed the most are the ones that were constantly making excuses. Now, the difference between making excuses and being willing to receive feedback versus making excuses and being unwilling to see things from a different perspective is very important. But that's kind of...
Shake hands for danger. Need a guy who
well, if you guys don't know, Miji in chat, Elytra was the main support. She was the main support for the first proper team that I ever coached. So shout out to Elytra. Lividosity University, baby. First team I ever officially coached. I was a total noob with what I was doing. But yeah, Miji was great.
I remember on my bronze VOD there were some comments making fun of me that you
Brax. People can be harsh, you know, you're talking too much, you need to shut up and listen to the coach. And it's like, I hate that stuff. You know, like sometimes I have had students that, you know, need to shut up a little bit, but more often than not, the yappier ones are the students that I could tell are a little bit more involved in the discourse, and I enjoy that. So have you ever coached someone to be a coach? Yeah, I've done a lot of coaching the coach. There's a whole playlist of public ones. Most of the coaching the coaches are private, but there are a lot of them out there. But yeah, like the discourse, the conversation is an important part of the coaching side of things, and that usually involves some sort of pushback, right? And it's good. Like I actually, if you guys remember Dip, you guys know Dip, the Team Pepsi guy that made Stockholm, right? Our session he was very receptive to feedback. But he was a smart player. He was a smart cookie. We had to have some tough discussion, right? Because I was like, no, this is wrong. It's like, well, but I'm like, yeah, but blah, blah, right? So the better the player, usually the more willing they are to defend their ideas, and those are very good sessions, right? And he was competing and is competing at the highest level in Overwatch right now. Very enjoyable, and it's fun for me. I love this stuff. I love when people challenge my ideas, right? Not because that's how I learn, right? That's also because I don't know everything. I'm still learning myself, right? So. Yeah. So anyway, it's nice. It's good. This goes all the way back even down to like when I've talked about this many times, but when I was head coaching, I would often pick assistant coaches that were smarter than me or disagree with me and stuff, because that led to a lot of good progress. And, what's the biggest change in your understanding that came from a challenge from a player? Ooh, that's a tough one. It's more like death by 1,000 paper cuts, like a lot of little things, to be honest with you. I would have a hard time nailing things down because it's such a massive time frame. As soon as I'm assigned, as soon as you ask questions, you can do this. Yes. Have you ever considered going back to coaching pro teams? It's not a secure, and it's also just, frankly, just something I don't enjoy as much. It is hard work. It is freaking teeth grindingly hard work. My job now is way flashier and way more varietous. So I did it for a long time. Wasn't financially rewarding enough for the amount of pain that it had. So mad respect for the coaches that are still doing it and doing a good job right now, because it's harder than it looks. So how much coaching could a coach if a coach could coach would? If a coach could coach would? I don't know. It's a good question. Have you built up your knowledge base of the game over time? Do you have a system to it? I don't know. Always assuming that there's something different I can learn. I pretty consistently watch a lot of content and take notes and think really critically. And by watch content, I mean like I'm fully invested and think carefully about what's being said. Like I think I watched a Capitology video recently on Pro Aim, and I like to think I know a lot about mechanics, more so than I think people give me credit for. But one thing that he said that I thought was very interesting that I hadn't thought about was how oftentimes when a hit scan peaks an angle at a high level, the enemy team's first response is to shift their movement. And so if you're smart with that, you can oftentimes peak an angle, shoot standing still, and then they're going to make a one-directional beeline towards cover, usually. And you can abuse that. Just a very tiny little detail that I hadn't really thought about before. And so I'm like, downloading that, trying to keep that in the back of my mind, and stuff like that. People will challenge me. I watched Christopher did an element seminar, which I also did an element seminar, and I didn't agree with a lot of what Chris said, but I did agree with a lot of what Chris said. Like it was both. But the most important thing is that I have a lot of respect for Chris as a coach, and he made me really think about a lot of different things, about like the different macro, the different ways of approaching the game, and like I'm like fully invested in listening and thinking and taking notes. And so like it's the quality, right, not the quantity. So like trying to expose myself to new ideas, and then more importantly challenging myself like with the way I'm looking at things. I think it's really important to get like a bit of a system, but then being willing to kind of step outside your system and be potentially wrong. Like you might just be a little bit wrong. The EU Stray, I've known about the EU Stray for a long time. I've done the EU Stray for a long time. Consider doing a collab with him, with Chris or Cap? Who? What about The Rock? Where the frick is my freaking Chris? Maybe, yeah. I actually haven't even messaged him about it, but I think if we do a collab with Chris, it would probably be a little bit of a leak here, but Ralph and I are kind of planning on doing a podcast thing, not infrequently, but having like a themed podcast. Like I would love to get Hawk on for like a proper little 6v6 discussion, but done like prepared intelligently, maybe some points that haven't been hammered over before. I'd love to have Chris for a macro discussion with Ralph. I would love for, I don't know, maybe Gavin would be down for like a matchmaker or a systems discussion with Ralph as well. But yeah, me and Ralph have been kind of like, we were looking for like a third person to join us on the podcast, but this is going to sound super egotistical, but like I didn't feel like we would have somebody who is both interested in consistently showing up and would provide new ideas. So I think what we would probably end up doing is just having like a cycle of guests with a theme for the discussion. Somebody that's like really going to hammer on something specific, you know? But we will see. I have not watched the Capitology Old Economy video, no. What do you think about Maddie, OW, and Kovacs? Oh, Gavin's here. Hello, Gavin. So Kovacs I'm a big fan of. I think it's really good for getting mouse control, developing good wrist habits, and just being comfortable. And I also think the scenario game side of the game, from what I have heard, is really good at keeping aim fun, like keeping you engaged by being fun. I really like Kovacs a lot. Matty OW, I think, knows a lot of stuff, but I am always a little skeptical of aim coaches because they fixate on minutia that force for the trees, first off, and oftentimes just aren't really that important. A lot of movement and mechanics in Overwatch, all the way up to the top level, it's more about the consistency of execution, and it's not necessarily crucial that you get it. And basically what ends up happening is that overly fixate on a specific ingredient. You got to get what I'm saying? So for me, it's like, if you guys have ever seen me talk about mechanics, a lot of it's like trigger discipline, crosshair placement. A lot of it is time TDK reads. So this is a really important one where it's like you've put your emphasis on strafing and movement when the target that you are dueling has a faster TDK than you. So for example, if I'm playing Tracer versus Cassidy, my movement's more important than my aim. If I'm playing Cassidy versus Tracer, my aim is more important than my movement. You understand what I'm saying? Like the kind of like is simplifying things down even at like a Grandmaster champion level. So, you know, when I tell a Grandmaster player, you know, when you're playing Cassidy versus Widow, at your first priority should probably be movement, at least early on in the scope. I shouldn't necessarily have to coach the player how to move. They should know. You crouch spam, you 80 strafe, you don't repeat the same patterns, you don't binary. Like it's something that they can actively put intent to, and even without knowing about mirror strike or anti-mirror strafing or whatever, just tell them to focus on juking when they are at the disadvantage in the break point, and they're gonna be okay. Gonna be okay. And I think that's where, like, I don't know a lot of what Maddie, but from what little bit I've seen is like a lot of aim coaches do a really good job with stuff, but they can bring in too much details in a game with Overwatch that's just not important enough. But I was talking, yeah, of course, Gavin, I would have to message with Megan and go through the whole 9 yards. I remember how it worked with Morgan and so on. So, but a lot of it just is like simplifying really important aim fundamentals and then doing them perfectly. That's basically the most important thing when it comes to Overwatch mechanics. And yeah, stuff like that. That's kind of my thought and like Maddie and Kovac. But I will also say that a lot of what Maddie teaches, I am largely ignorant on. So it is not a conversation. I remember I had a little discussion or debate with him, I think on Reddit a while ago about movement. But yeah. So I think it's a complicated topic that more often than not, just for the sake of the Pareto principle, is like you really should just be focusing on the basics and nailing the basics, like trigger discipline as best you possibly can, time to kill reads, corner usage, stuff like that. And then like that's going to take you so incredibly far. Because even at like the professional level, like, I mean, the top level, I'm talking about like literally people like lip proper, the tiny little details are actually very infrequently relevant. And more often than not, people like Lip and Proper are just incredibly good at like the basics of mechanics. They don't make mistakes with the basics. But I would be interested to hear Maddie's take at some point, maybe. Is Sombra gonna be in the Misunderstood Heroes discussion? No, I limited it to just 3. But I do have a couple of honorable mentions, which we'll bring up. I don't think Sombra is on the list, but I don't know that Sombra is necessarily misunderstood from like a gameplay perspective,
Shake
though.
hands with danger. Need a guy who ought to know.
I'll go down the list in a
I
second.
used to laugh and say, now they call me.
I'm already thinking of spring skill levels for coaching.
Joe.
Like, what do you mean skill level? Like, as in the player? I mean, I think getting to a high skill level as a coach is extremely valuable. Like, once for Overwatch coaching, anyway, because I think reaching Masters, Grandmaster, whatever is like an important. Because I think a lot of players, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Plat, Diamond, they need to know how to train, and I think being able to do that at least once, like just go back to the basics, train deliberately. It's important to understand like that system works. Like when I climbed from Bronze to Grandmaster, I learned a lot about like how to practice and what worked for me, and the challenges and the setbacks and understanding adversity and hitting plateaus. And so it was less about what I learned about the game and more what I learned about practice. And I'm continually reminding myself of that every time I grind to Masters or whatever with every new character, right? Or every new rework. I was talking about this earlier with my previous student, but you could tell the heroes that I was sloppier with my training time and training routine, or I was more stressed or more tired because it took me more hours to get to the level that I wanted to understand the character, right? And then their characters, like I think I was a little bit, even though I was really, really, really sick, Vendetta's overtuned, of course, so but it was a little easier to reach. I was a little bit more consistent with, ignore rank for right now, but understanding the character, I learned how to earn a much more smooth rate. Same thing with wooing. I was very disciplined with my wooing training, and it paid off by me learning the character much faster than I normally do. Whereas with Freya, I was really sloppy with my training time and training routine. And so it's like you consistently revisit. So I think it's important for coaches to understand like that system of how to improve. But once you've done that, and once you occasionally do that to learn new characters, you really should be putting as much time as you possibly can into your communicational skills, your organizational skills, exposing yourself to new ideas, learning new things about new characters, practicing, explaining concepts, thinking about the game. Like you need to treat your coaching like your rank. Like you need to have an invisible coaching rank, and you need to train constantly, right? So you got to give it full effort, full time, all the time. I mean, that's why when I jump on stream, I can be tired some days because, the hours before stream that I'm coaching, I am all out, full focus, full energy. I'll even stand up. I have like this extender with my auxiliary cord so I can stand up so I can like really lean in and just give my full intent of what I'm doing. Any tips or warnings? Nope, Jeffy, just start with things that you're comfortable with or heroes that you're comfortable with. And then just go from there. Have fun with it. Don't worry about it. Enjoy it. And if you'd like to promote it, my Discord, I think I have a self-promo channel, and you feel free to do that as well. Yeah. How to see my predicted coaching rank? By far, the most difficult aspect of coaching is getting an idea of like how good you are, because there is no like direct feedback, so it's tough. And did you ever consider coaching a physical sport? I have coached physical sport. I coached a lot of football, American football in high school. I was a gymnastics instructor for a little while in high school, college. I'm sorry. And then I coached mixed martial arts, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, the whole 9 yards for about 8 years. Yeah, it was 7 years-ish. 7.5, 8 years. And yes, I tutored basic arithmetic all the way up to calculus in high school as well. Math instructor, although I'm so incredibly washed at algebra stuff. What did I go to school for? Bachelor's in finance. Decided I didn't want to pursue, so I have my bachelor's, but yeah. How do you deal with nerves when playing on peak rank? I mean, you just have to get, like when you're playing at peak rank, you're going to fall. So like you've been here before. You just have to play. Expect to lose. You'll be back. You see, physical sports coaching is fundamentally the same, pretty much. Yes, with one exception. With Overwatch specifically, sorry for my phone ring. It's really hard to develop drills. So with Overwatch, it's more about like getting players in the right mind state to give full effort and to try to drillify it's kind of we talked about with the coaching debate earlier, trying to drillify a competitive game. Because the difference between physical sports and Overwatch is that Overwatch, your practice is scrimmage. There is no such thing as a drill outside of like Vaxta or whatever else. It's very difficult to like really replicate the game scenarios. Whereas in physical sports, whether it's martial arts or football or soccer or baseball, you can drill. And so it's way, way easier to like develop specific skill sets. That being said, it's a little more boring, right? I mean, scrimmaging is freaking fun. I mean, if you guys have ever played Overwatch or sports, the days where we'd scrimmage, at least for me, were always like the more fun practice days because I liked actually playing the game, you know? Is Sim one of the more misunderstood heroes? She's on the honorable mention list. You trained Muay Thai for many years. Nice, GKB. What do you think about Wizard Hyung? Yeah, good concepts, good coaches. Does kind of pops in and out. Yeah, Wizard Hyung is good. Wizard Hyung knows his stuff. Do you think DPS Doom was really that unhealthy for the game to be reconsidered? Yeah, I do. I think he was like if Vendetta was even sharper of a design. I do think. But I understand the frustrations because there were a lot of really fun aspects about him. And I think maybe some of the frustrating aspects for Tank Doomfist, especially with Power Block, is that there's an unfortunate loss of tech and variety with how he plays as compared to DPS Doomfist. What brand of chips are the best? If they have, I'm a big baked Lay's guy. I don't eat them very much anymore, but baked Lay's are great. Also, the GOAT is like lime tortilla chips. Lime tortilla chips. I don't know about y'all, but I love freaking Lay. Is that the real Spilo? Temporal, yeah, I'm still in touch with Temporal. Temporal was great. Temporal was my assistant coach for 2 teams I coached with, actually. He taught me a lot about the basics of Overwatch back when I first started, back in 2018. Baked Lays are really good. Yeah. Oh, also Trader Joe's Fritos are really good. I don't do Fritos because I'm not a big fan of some of the ingredients, but Trader Joe's is a little better, a little more closer to real food. But the Trader Joe's Fritos are really good. I freaking love Fritos. Salt and vinegar is a great one. Salt and vinegar is a great shout. I wish Pringles weren't so toxic for you because they are so freaking good. It's hard to replace that, though. Is there a minimum rank you'd recommend before joining a uni school team or just jump in? Just jump in. Yeah. It's going to depend on your school, right? So I just coached a high school team yesterday that was like low plat average. That's pretty normal for a high school team. There's some college teams I've worked with that were like champ average. It's just going to depend on the school. But if you are at a competitive-ish rank, even a little bit on the lower end, yeah, you should go for it. Are they toxic? No, they're not toxic. Nothing's inherently toxic. I wouldn't necessarily eat a lot of Pringles and consider that a healthier option for me. Favorite Pringle flavor? I don't know. It's been a long time. It's probably been almost 20 years since I've had I am old. It's been almost 20 years since I've had Pringles. 4th turret perk is now the better one. I can see it. Like if you're not getting consistent beam up value, I could see it. I could see certain matchups. Like if you're going hard dive matchup, I could see it. Do you know what happened to Coach Jane? I do not. How important is damage on tracers? Not important. Stats can be important, but stats require a coach to interpret correctly. And at that point in time, you're better off just getting a VOD review. So, yeah. The only thing I would say is like if there's some crazy outliers, like you have crazy high deaths or something like that, or crazy low deaths, and you're still not winning. But the answer is going to be more of the same, probably. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's because it's the slow. Makes sense. Am I studying inspiration today? Thank you, Velican. What can I do to improve on off days? Off days, I would just jump in and play a couple deathmatch rounds, make sure you get enough sleep, get some exercise, touch some grass, hang out with some friends, tell your mother you love her, and read a book. Do you think Uppercut and Tank Doom would be bad? Yes. Yes, sadly. It's not because it would be too much damage necessarily, although there would combo potential would definitely be a little toxic. It's that he kind of needs something of a block. I don't like the block the way it's currently implemented and the whole empowered punch thing, but he needs some way of holding. Like the thing that makes tanks different than DPS is the length of window with which they can hold attention is usually longer. And you generally don't just want exclusively health pool. You need some form of mitigation. It doesn't have to be crazy. It could be like Junker Queen's heal and shout. It could be like Wrecking Ball with his adaptive shields and his ability to manipulate his hitbox frequently. With Doomfist is hard. He needs something of a... and so Uppercut being an additional mobility cooldown is some hitbox manipulation, but I don't know if it's enough. Excuse me. They've forgotten about Wu Yang? I don't know. Yeah. I mean, Wu Yang is definitely in the list of the 225 characters that leans too much into burst. And not but that's more of a personal interpretation. I made a video about like Overwatch's worst balancing tool or most important balancing tool with health pools. And I kind of talk about Wu Yang in there. But yeah, I don't know. I think just Team 4 right now has a lot on their plate. That would be my interpretation. The new glow stick skin. I can't really say. Okay, so let's put it this way. I have given them feedback about the mythics. I rarely give feedback on cosmetics, and they have heard me. Let's put it that way. And I'm not the only guy either. I'm not like, yeah, Spilo gets thumb approval. All the devs listen to Spilo. It's not at all the case at all. But I have, with it, the avenues that I have given feedback about the mythics. What's up, Frosted? How are you, my friend? So my guess is that, I know that these things take a long time to develop. And so this is just, if they are going to make pivots off of that feedback, it probably would not have been soon enough for the Doomfist mythic to be changed because of how rapid these things are coming out. But I think this has been a pretty consistent feedback from not just me, from a lot of folks about the mythics. So if they gave Doomfist armor, if they removed his passive, maybe. But the thing is I don't necessarily mind his passive. I kind of like the passive. It's a unique way of it's kind of like the Junker Queen thing. It's kind of cool. It's not really a lot of mitigation, but it's a little bit, and it adds up. So it rewards aggression and so on. Starting grad school. Nice, man. Good stuff, man. Hope you're doing well. Fundamental Society is Junker Queen viable in the current meta? Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. She's like definitely a decent performing tank. There's some maps that are always going to feel bad with the Queen. That's just kind of how it goes. So have we looked at Deadlock at all? Yes and no, kind of, sort of, not really. A little bit. From a casual perspective, I've played a couple of games, enjoyed them enough, but it's definitely a game that I feel like if I wanted to get into Deadlock, I would need to go full out. It is not a game to treat casually, not for my mind. My brain is too all or nothing for that. So no, not really. But it looks like it's got solid potential for me. His passive makes him more Feast of Hair and grant so much for AoE. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Who did you play? I honestly don't remember. I played like one game of like 4 different heroes. I think I played Victor, didn't enjoy the aura. I think I played the Japanese lady, and then I don't remember, to be honest with you. Between teaching a creative work versus non-creative work. Yeah, I mean, non-creative work, you can be a little bit more systematic about like what you're doing. Like you follow a system, you follow a process and getting really good at that. Whereas creative work, it's all about like developing good training and thinking principles.
Shake hands with danger.
Why? What did I do? What did I do?
I used to laugh at safety.
I don't know what I did. No, it's 2 of them. But yeah, like creative work is more about like having good systems. I like to think about, was it it wasn't just, it was Charles Darwin, but who else was the other guy? The psychologist that like trained like 4 hours a day. Who is it? Back in the early 20th century, behavioral psychologist. No, not Kant. Behavioral psychologist. What is it? Who is the guy? Frick. No, not Freud. Behavioral psychologist. No, not Genghis Khan. No, I'll look it up. Skinner. Yes, Skinner. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the sub, Lizard. Yeah, Skinner was really famous for being obviously very creative work, a lot of creative writing, a lot of thinking, and he was very structured with his time. It like was very, very defensive of like having a very, very sharp routine. And I think like for creative folks, a lot of creative folks would benefit from that. I think there's way too many creative folks that are really, really sloppy with their routine. And so you need to be successful as a creator to be successful and structured with your time with unstructured time. You kind of get what I'm saying? Like dedicate time to where you're just walking and thinking. Dedicate time where you're writing for 30 minutes And that's it. But you have to sit down and write for 30 minutes, right? At least 30 minutes, right? I mean, a lot of people well, it's creative work. No. If you want to be successful with creative work, you have to have some form of structure, right? You don't have to force yourself to do anything with that time, but you have to put yourself in that spot. A lot of people suffer with that. I have not heard of Atkinson necessarily, but yeah, Skinner was, I think, a great example of how creative work should be done. Dedicated structure, not a lot of time, but high quality work, lots of rest, a lot of recreation. If you can afford to do that. Obviously not everyone has that luxury, but that's kind of like what I've been working towards with my time. And I'm slowly getting to where I still worked a little too much, a little bit too much busy work. But I've found myself to be more creative when I've approached the Skinner mindset. And I think that's important. A lot of musicians struggle with this as well. A lot of musicians are really bad with their time. Choose GKB. Do you think the Wrecking Ball perks are fine? I don't know. I feel like I'd have to think about that one a little bit longer to give you a quick answer. It probably won't work for people with ADHD though. Well, okay, so my limited experience with ADHD is it can be a shortcoming, but I think the way to look at it is it's almost like diabetes, where it is a condition that can be exacerbated by poor choices or can be improved by good choices. You will still may have this tendency that you have to but a lot of people will use their ADHD or diabetes or whatever to justify poor structure and poor choices. And there's not enough effort or leadership from themselves to help guide them towards making better choices. I probably would be diagnosed with ADHD. Self-diagnosis, I know, haha, in the year of our Lord 2026. But it, I think a lot of, and this is with also working with a lot of kids, like literally hundreds, if not thousands of kids over like the last 14, 15 years, is that a lot of people tend to kind of see something and then diagnose it and make no effort to kind of structure to format it, read. So it's like, there are absolute tendencies for sure, but like, you can like ADHD, if we're talking about like, it could be a tool, it could be a weapon, it could be something that can allow you to do things that other people can't, but you got to try and guide. You have a little bit of structure, easier said than done. I know, but that's the way that I read. Have I watched Better Call Saul? Yes. Weaponized ADHD. I mean, yeah. I mean, kind of. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm definitely the type of person that works frantically. I definitely multitask a lot with certain things that don't demand my full attention. But I don't know. Like you can use it. So, what do you tell students to help them with it in Overwatch? So I'm not really going to try to give you an official opinion on things. I'll speak broadly because I think it's case by case, and I don't even feel like I fully understand the symptoms of ADHD. To be honest with you guys, like I'm an idiot. So, but I will say I think a lot of problems when you're struggling with maintaining focus for long periods of time is that don't bite off more than you can chew. Most important thing. Do not bite off more than you can chew. Challenge yourself to stay disciplined to the lowest bar that you could possibly hurdle and stick with it. Get yourself in the routine of doing that. And then have an environment that is conducive to focus. Take walks. Remove all distractions. Log out of all social media on your computer that you're training with. This applies to work as well. Remove your phone, remove distractions, and just make it as easy as you possibly can to focus. Make it inconvenient and annoying to be distracted, and then create as many environment as possible of just tranquility and focused. And I'm not joking, guys. I am logged out of social media accounts on my computer, and my phone is on the counter over there. So if I will go with days without checking Twitter or Reddit just because it's just not convenient. It's just not convenient. It's a good strategy to have, with or without ADHD, And I think that we live in a world right now that is actively training ADHD, like actively, physiologically changing the structure of your brain to become more distracted. Right now, it is the goal of many companies and organizations and businesses to give you ADHD. They want you to have ADHD. It makes them money. So you have to fight that. You have to fight that. So, right. So, it is, you got to guard your attention, man. I mean, I'm I'm that butthole that like whenever people come over to my house to watch a movie or go, I'm like, yo, phone's away. We're watching this. You just shut up and we're gonna watch what's on the movie. Or we're having a conversation. I don't want to see you with your phone. I don't want to see you with your phone. We're here to converse. If you're gonna be bored for 30 seconds, okay, be bored for 30 seconds. Put it away. Boredom's important. Non-stimulation is important. Stuff. This is why I like watching movies a lot with people, because it's like, and we live in the world where like entertainment is like literally endless. Like you can always be entertained. So like you want to watch a movie that provides you an experience and a conversation topic that, TikTok can't really replicate, right? But yeah, you got to guard your attention, man. You got to guard your attention. It is a commodity, like Frosta was saying, and it is under attack daily. Yep, boredom is healthy for mental health, absolutely. A lot of my biggest breakthroughs with coaching and knowledge and content ideas have come from a state of boredom. So, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, nowadays it's like, who has ADHD and who doesn't, we don't even know anymore. We don't even know. And I think there's probably also some physiological stuff there with like diet and stuff that we don't fully understand. I've heard stuff about Red 40. I don't know if that's true or not, but I would believe it. So now I say that as I'm playing an ADHD game that requires full attention, full focus for long periods of time. But that's why I think Overwatch should be used selectively, right? This is not, it's a game where you go in, you give full attention, you feel really good about yourself, so. Meditating, yeah. Okay, well, I guess that was kind of man, we went off on a tangent there. It's kind of what I wanted to jump in that. I wasn't sure if I was going to jump into that debate because, it doesn't even need to be said. Like, it's kind of a meme. But I don't know. I think it's an interesting topic. It was an interesting discussion. And I try to kind of use that as a springboard to kind of provoke thought. And I hope that you guys provoke some thought here. So, yeah, misunderstood heroes. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Let me get some water here really fast. Overwatch, how should I go about doing it? Biggest way to do it, I would recommend, not exactly earth-shattering here, but the way I did it with Pepper is I just put her in the practice range, like, try this, and then just kind of like let her tootle around. And she went the complete opposite direction I thought she was going to go. Hang on one second. Sorry, honking the horn here. I thought she was going to be like, Reaper, Junkrat. She's kind of like that chaotic, aggressive type. Nope. Finesse, snipers, all the way. And one of the cutest things was, I remember one point I was reading a book or something, and I was like, you should play some Overwatch. She was, I'm going to try to see if I can replicate it. Funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. It was adorable. She was sitting in the practice range on Widowmaker, which she had kind of just picked up. She's like, I'd try this character. I like this, how this character feels. I had zero chance she's going to be a Widowmaker player, right? And she was like, I guess somewhere here, somewhere like this here. I don't remember. It was one of these high grounds somewhere. And I don't think this thing even existed, but the equivalent of like this area here. And she was sitting here. And and I'm like, I kind of crept up behind her, and she, for like 20 minutes, just, oh yeah, click that, yeah, oh yeah, look at that. It was just the funniest thing I ever seen in my life. She loved it. So it was just really, 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 really funny. It's like, something about it was just like kind of cute, Yeah, just sitting there and shooting. 20 minutes. It's like, I mean, she'd never really grown up playing video games, same thing as me, so she was like, I guess it was just new. Thank you for the sub and complete. So she was just like, man, she was so locked in. And you could tell she was hooked because she would send me, she'd be in a quick play game, level 5 or 6, and everybody's just standing still, and she'd send me a highlight. She forgot how to share highlights. So I'd get my Discord. She'd just be spamming me with a highlight. And it'd just be like, whiff, whiff, whiff. Oh, headshot. And somebody's standing still. And she sent it to me. It's great. Cash Custer, thank you for this up. Tier 3, wow, how have I not noticed this? Thank you. That's super great. Do you have your Discord linked to your Twitch? Because you get a lot of, you get Patreon or best friends early access, stuff like that. So, yeah. What? Gosh.
Shake hands with danger.
What did I do?
Need a guy
Hydrate?
who ought to
Where's my hydrate?
know.
Okay.
I used to laugh at safety. Now they call me Three-Finger Joe.
But it was funny. All right, let's look through some of these codes here. So we're gonna do the misunderstood hero thing real fast, but I got dumped with codes, so I need to kind of go and find. I need to find something for Three-Finger Joe. GM Kiriko. Because I want to have codes that demonstrate the principles that I want to demonstrate here. So we're not officially starting. Oh, I guess I already looked at this. 3cc. I think I liked this one. Yeah, I think I liked this one here. Maybe we'll take a quick look at the Oasis one as well. Just kind of skim through. I want to make sure that they're demonstrating the principles that I look for. Because we're not just saying, oh, I gotta make sure that you're good enough. It's kind of that, but it's also that, like, we're gonna be putting emphasis on specific things that I feel that people get wrong. And so if the player doesn't demonstrate those principles well, then we'll go on to somebody else. What is the Three-Finger Joe thing? It's the shake hands with danger. You seen the shake hands with danger video? We did it on stream a little bit ago. I'll probably post it on Spyro 3 at some point. Yeah, it's going to be around positioning, of course. I'll get my YouTube format and explain it all. You guys know the routine in a little bit here, but for right now, we'll just kind of skip around here. I like what I'm seeing so far. I like this player in Gibraltar as well. I think this is a student of mine. I feel this name sounds super familiar. I might be stupid. Yeah, old. I knew the name sounded familiar. No, we're not. We haven't even started yet, so don't worry about May Diva. We're looking at codes here. We're not actually starting yet here. So looks pretty good so far. This is, it's not perfect obviously, but this is clearly Grandmaster. So if you want a perfect Kiriko, I mean, I probably would have taken your May depending on how good the other May code is. One of the codes here I talked about earlier was like not good. So I had to do my homework here because I wasn't pleased with a couple of the codes. I think it was the matchup that was throwing them for a loop because they were not playing well at all. Which obviously we don't want to send people, have people sending in ego VODs, but it was like they were just doing everything possibly wrong. Okay, yeah, this is fine. This will do. Either this or the Jib will be fine for Kiriko. I'm going to mark this with a star, just to remind myself. Okay, so let's look for a Kiriko here. A gold Kiriko here. Let's see if this one is... So ironically, I might be actually looking for somebody that's struggling with the fundamentals that I'm looking for, because we want to contrast it a little bit here. So obviously no flame here, but we're going to be looking for somebody specifically that's... And maybe they actually try to do the right thing, but they just don't do it very well. Yeah, May is just not a very popular character, so... I wasn't surprised when we didn't have a lot of options. I considered playing May myself, I just didn't have the time. And it would suck if I'm like really washed mechanically. I don't feel like I would be too bad, but it would suck to be like trying to demonstrate the problems and not doing a very good job of it. Like I have decent confidence that I could play May at like a low masters level, probably first game, but I'm not like 100% confident. We did a May grinding stream just for giggles. What was it, like several months ago? And obviously was pretty good, but that's because I had a couple of games, a couple of reps. I don't know that I could go in cold. The May code from Pugs on Saturday? Which one? Saralee? Was Saralee in May there? Miss Kiriko's not been too bad. The Ryan is also going just like AFK. Yeah, I don't know. Like this Kiriko has not been too shabby here. We'll watch a little bit more, but they're trying to do the right things. They're just not very good at it. But like that just means this person needs more reps. Samoa? Oh yeah. The one where I played Moira. I remember. Yeah, this is not trash. So it's not trash enough. Good try there. Good stuff. All right, I guess. Just need more reps. Just you're bad, but you're trying to do the right things. You just need more reps. So let's keep looking for some Kiriko here. Of course, there's just a million divas. Wow, I'm surprised there's not more Kirikos. There's a couple of plat Kiris, but I'm trying to aim for a little bit lower. I'd love to see silver or gold Kiriko, if possible. I didn't want to do bronze because there's going to be some mechanical things that are just so unbelievably bad that it's basically impossible. Okay, yeah, we're going to have to go for a plat Kiriko. Let's see if this one is good. Plat 5. We already have the high rank Kiriko, as we said, so... The problem here is that I'm going to get viewers that play Kiriko. You know what's funny? I might snipe some random quick play player and just turn on streamer mode so they don't feel, gassed or outed. I guess gassed is not the right term. Because if you get the average of a Spylo viewer, even as gold or plat, its positioning is less likely to be a problem. Yes, Swafton, if you're a fraud here, my friend, you're going to be famous. And if you're not a fraud, you're not going to be famous. It's a lose-lose for you, man. Or a win-win, I guess, depending on your viewpoint. Like, already, this is like... Okay, this is a mistake. Okay, that's good. This is bad. We lost a lot of space for that move. This is good. Even though we changed lanes there, it's still a mistake. We love to see it. Okay. Sorry, Swefton. That was good. I mean, we don't need only bad things, of course. You know what I'm saying? Good. Frick, man. That was pretty good. That rotation, everything was nice. Us holding the angle here as well. Come on, Swefton. Stop ego-vod me. Be stupid. Do some stupid things for me, please. You want a bad place? That's a scrim player? Yeah. Frick. Yeah, I'm legit going to snipe a random rank player if I don't like what I see here. Or a random quick play game. Yeah. Dubby, there's definitely mistakes. Otherwise, this Kiriko wouldn't be plat. No offense, Swefton. The problem is like what we saw with the gold Kiriko player prior to this, where when we're doing misunderstood characters, we're focusing on a principle that most players play wrong. We're not going to tell them how to play Kiriko with every single tiny bit of nuance, necessarily. It's going to be more along the lines of, Kiriko players don't take angles. This is why you should take angles. Or, I won't go into more detail because I don't want to spoil the review, but it's going to be Mei, Kiriko, and D.Va. And kind of one principle that basically about 90% of ranked players up until Diamond, even then, don't really understand about the character and don't do well. So if it's that one mistake that's more common that I want to focus on. We don't need to be like, misunderstood about Kiriko is healing full HP teammates. I mean, everybody knows that that's dumb, right? Like, maybe you could tell the Kiriko to... I got that reference. Like, right now, this is not good. So this is worth looking at here. Where are we at here? 341. Now, we'll be able to also edit this down, too, so if I yeah, this is really bad. Can I send a Diamond May code? Maybe. I didn't ask for a Diamond for a specific reason, because Diamond players are the definition of mid, basically. Maybe not statistically, but from my perspective, they're mid, because they kind of make good decisions with how they play the characters. So they're too good to be bad, but too bad to be good, Alright, let's see what we're doing here. Like, I really didn't even want plat. I was preferring gold here. And I didn't even necessarily really want master, so I was preferring grandmaster. So whenever possible, I'll probably go to those extremes. Yeah. Like, I think this is kind of an important moment here, where we've teleported out here, and we just didn't really take retake space. We just kind of sat here and healed our BAP, which is fine, but we need to be moving. So maybe this is okay.
Thanks for the content. You deserve my appreciation.
Appreciate it for the sub. Congrats on the 6 months. Yes, I can. Look up Overwatch replay settings on YouTube. You should find a video from me, top search result, that will tell you exactly what to do. I did a video on it a couple years ago, so this should be there. Why is Kiriko not using rock? Love that. Okay, I this is okay in terms of being bad, but I might go snooting around here. Oh, wait. I was doing on the Plat 1 on Doomfist. So maybe that's the play. I bet I could sniff out a Plat 1 non-Spilo viewer. Surely. This will be embarrassing, but it'll be funny. A Joy's replay code? What rank was a Joy? I love that somebody's like nominating somebody else for being the bad replay code. Like that's definitely a... Am I missing it? I think I might be skimming too fast. Where is it? Chat, you tell me if it's been bad so far. I'm looking for the Joy replay code here. She was Plat 5? Oh, she's just sitting here. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's check out this. I'll prioritize. We'll try one more time, and then maybe we'll go back and watch that one. Because I'll prefer somebody that submitted a code. I'd like to help somebody out. A Joy would be good? Okay, that's a good start. The funny thing about I almost want to get started with the discussion, but got to save the energy, because I have a lot of things I want to talk about with Kiriko. One of them is that damage. Not damage in terms of the awkward principle, but like a lot of Kirikos think that they're doing more than they actually are. Because they're obsessed with damage, but not about space, and so they end up really doing all the wrong things. Is that the Gripper skin? Yeah, I guess so. I hate that I got that reference. It's not terrible. There's a definite attempt to be aggressive. We'll see how long that lasts, though. Did you happen to look at the Plat 5 earlier? No, we haven't done Diva yet. We're still fishing for Kiriko codes, sadly. I mean, this isn't terrible. I mean, the attempt is good, you know. It's the intent that matters here, right? Not the execution. And so that's what kind of concerns me here. Floor is hurting bad. That's, yeah. Too many Spilo viewers, man. Y'all are too good at this game. At least trying to do too good at this game. See, this is a silver gold mechanics here, Plat player, if this is how we play. Oh no, we're losing space. Uh-oh. We've lost faith. Now we teleported back to our own backline. Trace is still there. Angle's lost. Do not teleport away from threat. We hit the shot, though. Alright, what happened here? We started to take the angle. We thought about the Fluzu, the Suzu. The Fluzu? The floor? What was I trying to even say there? And so now we gotta teleport in. Hey, Joey's always talking about me? I feel a little bit like the Thanos thing, like, I don't even know who you are. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Some of you guys in chat aren't gonna care, but I do not know my own Discord. Like, I don't know half of the people. Like I see people on voice channel. I don't know who you are. Like, I don't know what they do or who they are or who they play. There's like memes that I feel like I've officially lost a script. I'm happy that people are able to hang out and chat with each other though. Like, I'm glad that from what I can hear, it seems to be pretty positive for the most part. It's pretty kind to each other. It's a lot of younger folks, you know. Oh gosh, that sentence hurts. That definitely is not a comfortable sentence to say out loud. Should have kept that one in the Should have kept that one in the old noggin. Get on game. I know that one. I know what GOG means. I had to learn, but I learned. Alright, alright, alright. What do we got here? I mean, this is okay. I should change stream title. I'm sorry, guys. Give me a second. Once we sort out this code, I'll update stream title. Yeah, see, we're just like, we're compressing. We need to be widening. We could have healed a Reaper easily. We could have DPS'd easier. I don't know, though. This isn't terrible. This is Plat 5, yeah. I don't know, chat. We might need to go back to that Colosseo and pick on a random. Y'all are too good at the game. The fundamentals are there. Again, it's the same thing as the other Kiriko, where it's just the quality. Whoops, this is the wrong code. Where the quality of what's being done is just not good, but like that's just a repetition thing. It's too good. Yep. It's not great, but it's better than. It's not bad enough to demonstrate what most Kiriko players are doing in Plat, Gold, Silver, and Bronze, and to an extent Diamond. Now those characters that are players in Diamond are positioned worse, but playing better besides that, but we're talking about the misunderstood concept here. Yeah, this is perfect. This is horrific. This is just absolutely offensive to me. And we'll turn on streamer mode once we go YouTube video, because I don't want... I mean, Inky Squid's pretty innocuous. Nobody's getting their feelings hurt, I don't think, but... Yeah, this is just silly. Doomfist dies first. Who the frick is this Doomfist? No, we're not talking about heroes just yet. Not yet. I mean, even this, you know, this isn't too shabby, you know? Like, I mean, this is like a Plat 1, Diamond 5 game. What are we doing? Okay, see, that was really atrocious. That was offensive to me. Ah. Yeah, I remember looking at this and being like, okay, that Kiriko should die. Okay. That Doom is throwing? Yeah. This is not my best game. This is the last game for a reason. I was freaking gassed. We almost won this game. And when I was playing Doomfist, bro, I just had my brain turned off, man. I was just doing random crap. Yeah, this is what we want to see. This is not good. We're not controlling space proactively. We're getting surrounded. We're trying to put out fires. How am I losing to this? Bro, this is what support looks like, man. Every support player looks like this, man. I never look at the support players because I always get tilted and like, how am I losing to this? It happens every time. And it's also self-awareness too, because if you watch my POV, you'd be like, why is this guy have his monitor turned off? You know what I'm saying? So like, I wouldn't look that much better. I told you guys, I had a game with Vendetta near the end. I had a game with Vendetta near the end where my Kiriko did 200 damage in 10 minutes. And in the next game, I had a Baptiste that did 0 damage in 4 minutes. We literally capped first point on Rialto after sweating and swarming for 4 minutes. Literally 0 damage. I wish I'd taken a screenshot with it. In fact, one of my students was on the enemy team. And I messaged him about it. Literally 0 damage in 4 minutes. What's the plan? Yes. Yeah, this is a train wreck. Okay, Inky Squid, congrats. I can turn on streamer mode for this, right? How do hide replay? Oh, frick, what? Oh, there it goes. Hide replay codes? Is that it? Gavin, how do you do this? I've done this before, I swear, but maybe I haven't. Hide names. Is it in there? Did I just miss it? I might have just missed it. Hide my name. Hide name cards from others. Hide other player names. Ah, got it. Thank you. Yes, perfect. Bless you. Bless you. Salam. Okay, perfect. We'll do that then. We'll do that. Okay. Because I don't want to, like, it's different with a Twitch chat when we're, we kind of get context, but I'm not going to throw it up to YouTube without hiding this person. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, we got it. Let's pin that. We will pin the watch point, and then also if we... Can we not pin? I guess we can't pin imported ones. Okay, but watch point's the other one. Yes, thank you guys. And then let's keep going. Let's do Diva. Oh, I need to change stream title. I was going to do that first. The most misunderstood heroes in Overwatch 2. Sure. Supports or AI swap? Well, I don't know about that. The misunderstood heroes in OW2. So again, we haven't officially started yet, but we've got one down. And I imagine Kiriko will probably be the trickiest one. Diva should be the easier one because I have, I think, more Diva codes. GM4 Diva. I don't know if I trust Eridu on Diva, to be frank. No offense, Eridu. I might. Okay, we got a gold 4 Diva here. Let's look at that really fast. No, like, it just, Eridu is a good tank player, but I just don't think Diva is going to be, like, his strong point. I might be wrong. I might look at it. Okay, let's take a look here. This is gold 5. I want to see some ugly stuff here. Again, Spilo viewer, so who knows? I mean, this is going to be funny if we end up having to use, like, random rank players. Because all the, like, right now, for example, like, who the frick flanks this far on Diva and gold? You know what I'm saying? I'm not being critical. I think it's, like, pretty, it's pretty good, you know? So I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Now, this was a 2-0 win, so maybe this is not the best. You guys tell me what you think. I'm going to start looking for another code already. Plat 4, Plat 5 console Diva. That might be a good one to do. Plat 5. I mean, yeah, this is already too aggressive, too silly, too flanky. Nope. Most Divas don't play like this. We've toxified our community. They're doing all the right things. They just need to be better mechanically and everybody would rank up. I mean, legit though, like, I'm not even mad. Little passive here. Very dive focused, a little too far, and we're gonna die for that. I don't hate the aggression, but just too far. Oh man, I mean, that was pretty nice. Yeah, Glacial Star, would you do us a favor and be a little bad? That would be great. Not bad as in like bad, because rank is rank, you know, but I'm saying like if you would do the things that other Divas do, and don't be the unlike other girls, please. Please be like all the other girls. Please, I'm begging you. There's been a little bit too much staging here. So that's just not nice. I don't like this very much. Wait till I swap? What do you mean swap? This is supposed to be did you swap? Okay, we need to be staging here more. This is too far. This is too awkward. Get the frick out of here. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna die. Okay. I'm not liking what I'm seeing so far. Like there's not enough basic just sitting and peeling crap stuff. Yeah, it's console. I mean, we're too aggressive. We messed up our bomb, but I can't criticize that. Did he hook the bomb? I think he hooked the bomb. Alright. Bro, why is everybody the GOAT? This is not even like, this is still a close game, but like I don't have like any major positional criticisms. We're trying. You know what it is? It might also be that the map is too good for Diva. Maybe the map is too good. I'm seething and coping right now. Man. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna skip around a little bit, see if I can find something different. But you guys know what I'm saying. D.Vas that they either all in or they AFK in these mid ranges, or they peel way, way, way too much. Like right now, this honestly might not be a good cook because they're not really on a lot of dive heroes. And the way D.Vas play really gets ugly when they go dive, or especially when they swap D.Va into dive. So maybe we have to bail. I'm sorry, Glacial. Just too freaking good at the game, man. Tell you what, Gold 5 PC, D.Va and Havana, oof. D.Va and Havana is tough, so maybe this one will be a good one. Let's see. Does feeding your brains on an angle count? Well, yeah, that's the problem, yeah. I mean, it doesn't count, no, because most Eagles aren't feeding their brains on an angle. You guys are too good at doing the things that most players don't do. You struggle with the mechanical side of things, and so on. But again, it's like the Kiriko stuff. Like, if you play like that consistently, then you're going to get better. Like, this is perfect, right? This is just horrendous. This player is new to Overwatch, so this one might also be perfect, too. Like, we're just kind of turreting. But also, at the same time, I don't think pushing the Cassidy was bad there. We just lost him. So I don't want to pick a VOD that where it's like just like really fundamental errors, because that might be a little tricky to work with. Yes, Jacob, Brig will be honorable mention, but Kiriko beats Brig in my experience. I mean, guys, this is Gold 5 with a player that's played Overwatch for like a month and a half. So, I mean, our expectations should be low. Live Ana gameplay? I don't know. Ana is either my best character or like not my best. That doesn't make any sense, but you know what I'm saying. On days where I've got like full energy or games I have full energy, I'm a bad man on Ana, but it could be a little wishy-washy. Yeah, this is fine. This is Gold 5 is fine for being new to the game. I mean, him not... This isn't terrible. Like, the problem here is that we look like we don't have hands sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But it's not... Yeah, this isn't as bad as I wanted it to be. Let's keep playing. You guys tell me what you think. I'm going to keep looking for codes here. Got another gold 3. Yeah, this is not bad for a new player, and a lot of the issues are also more to do with like mechanical stuff, and like the first fight was horrific, but then we kind of, and this is a bad map too, so it was all things considered, could have been a lot worse.
Brig is like 50-50, but the issue is Eerie is just so good at +1ing / escaping the Brig.
Well, Brig also Brig's frontline too much, but Brigs do try to close the gap more often than not. We are looking for this. This is what we're looking for, where a lot of D.Va players will just prioritize gun uptime without aggressively holding angles in space, and also peeling too much, like trying to go back. The unfortunate thing is we've not really seen a lot of dive heroes. So I either want to see turret D.Va or I want to see peel D.Va. But any sort of creativity with approaching the map is no good for us, because not every D.Va player does that. And this is where a lot of... Just because you die... I mean, yeah, to be honest with you, your mechanics are a little shaky, but you did try to close the gap on people, right? Ah, frick, man. Like, that little boost to the high ground alone is really good. It's really good. I would have liked us to have been here sooner. But then, like, kind of going in and then going out, you know? Dang, y'all are just the goats, I'll tell you what. You told him to do that? Man, you're just the goat, I think. We needed a gap close a little bit more, though. Drop from the height, actually, and then cycle out again. You know what I'm going to do? Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to find dive. I'm not just going to look at the rank here in the play. I'm going to find frickin' dive. Wait. I see Reaper. I see Venture. This is only like 2 minutes. Okay, we're going to find freaking dive because it will not just deal with D.Va mains, but also people that swap D.Va. Come on, give me something. Give me something. Give me some Tracer, or Sombra, or Winston, or Ball. Wait, Swefton's in this one. Wait, what the frick? Wait, Swefton is on the enemy team in this one. That's funny. Oh! Freaking killing me, man. Oh, wait, Silver 4 PC D.Va, please. You were Ram, Bronze 2. Come on. I mean, this might be more turret D.Va and less dive D.Va, but surely we get something here. High potential for turret D.Va here. Dude. Never have I been disappointed by the right thing so frequently. This is freaking Silver 4, man. What are you doing? Why are you flanking? Why are they doing? Come on, man. Look! He look! Like, it's good! Stop it! Look! Holy crap, we didn't even Matrix. We didn't even missile until they were already dead. And it didn't matter. I'm literally gonna get a ranked Randy. I'm gonna get a quick play game. It's getting bad. This is bad. That literally didn't even use Matrix or missiles. Got DMAC to nothing and won the fight. Frick! What are you doing? Holy crap! I've coached this player before, but not on D.Va. They used to be bronze. But, holy crap. No. I mean, frick, man. I think we're actually screwed. This is insane. I think it's over. We might be over. We have had so many D.Va codes. I thought this one would be easier than Kiriko. Perhaps my premise is wrong. No, it can't be. It can't be. Because here's what happened, right? We think about the Kiriko one, right? I was like, oh man, the first Kiriko code that we looked at that wasn't a Spylo viewer, instantly you saw what we were looking for. First code. I think what we're dealing with here is that people that are a little bit more thoughtful about their positioning, even if they're not very good at the game. Whereas with a equally ranked player, they're gonna Matrix, they're gonna missile, and they're gonna misposition. Look in the Kiriko codes for D.Va players. Good shout. This is insane. All right, let's go back to the. Oh frick, man! This is just a train. Wait, we already did this one, right? Holy crap, man. Busan was Kiriko. This one was the plat one with the Joy, I think. Heartless, maybe? We'll beat up on another random. I mean, here's the thing. Maybe the plat diamond D.Va players are better than I give the credit for. But there is still a vast majority of D.Va players that I work with to this day, first-time students that struggle with this. The problem here has also been, I think, that we've just not played... Okay, this might be better. We've not played versus really any dive matchups, like, at all. Like, we've went through how many codes? 6, 7, 8 codes, and not a single dive match. Just the meta is just terrible. Sombra Tracer, no ball, no nothing. This is the first time that we've actually even seen Sombra Tracer, I think. This is not encouraging. Joy? I don't know, but a Joy sounds so much funnier. Frick, man. Are we fricked? Are we freaking fricked? I think we're freaking fricked. This is actually pretty good. I'll tell you what, man. Shambles right now. Absolute shambles. Esperanza. Dude, there's just no freaking dive, man. There's just no freaking dive. Nope. Poop. Hollywood, we just did. Ilio's Oasis. Check it, Saralee code. Saralee, where? Can you drop it, Saralee? Salam. Maybe. I don't even know what rank this is. I don't even know what this code is from. I think it was one of the Kirikou we were looking at. Oh no, it was we were looking at the D.Va here. Right, and the D.Va was good. It was gold. Thank you. D.Va looked utterly lost. Was it dive? What was the stack? Who are you stacking? Well, I can just look so I can guess the rank approximately. Because I want to have an approximate guess. So probably like plat-ish, gold. Probably gold or plat here. I mean, Quick Play's a little looser with this stuff, but probably gold plat from what I'm seeing here. Oh, sick, we're playing ball. Okay, cool. But this is going to prove my point, though. I hope that, once again, we pick a random viewer, gold plat, and they just look completely lost versus dive. Like you can tell right now, we're thinking about ball. This might be too bad. But at least we have 9 minutes of gameplay, so we can... Yeah, a lot of sitting on cart right now. A lot of sitting on cart. And a lot of lack of visual awareness as well. This might be worse than plat. This was probably silver or gold. How recent was this game, Saralee? Can you do a career profile check from this person? Is that possible? I mean, it's not bronze, so... Because if they're in recent players, you could check their profile. This is really bad. No attempt at gap closing at all. Pushing card is fine. But like, we've basically done nothing. It's private, okay. And a lot of attention on ball directly in front of the enemy backline, which is just no bueno. And a lot of wasted missiles, like holy frick. This is a pretty good representation of D.Va versus dive in situations where like they focus really hard on peeling, but there's been no attempt to pressure backline or take space, like take a high ground or take a flank. And so what ends up happening is the backline dies to the not divers, but to the poke heroes, and then the D.Va dies to those characters too. So this has been probably our best code by a long shot. This guy might have been too bad. Yeah. Well, what I'll do, Saralee, is if we end up using this, is I'll skip around aggressively. Like, I won't repeat the same fight over and over again, but the principle of not taking space, not holding space, not applying pressure, and so... Sivana just kills backline. And then going for dives all the way across the map. That's a D-mech and death. The disassembled D.Va game? I mean, if she's cool with it, she'd be anonymous. Is Waloop here? What do you think, Waloop? She'd be anonymous, but... Okay. Like I said, she would be anonymous, but... This might be a little too bad. I mean, there has been really no attempt to take any space whatsoever, which is good for what we're speaking about, but... Is this Spyless game review? Thank you, Anderson. Kind of you. Freaking disassembled. She counterswaps the tank who hasn't done anything the entire game. Come on, man. Holy crap. This D.Va is really allergic to taking space. Yeah, this might be too bad. There's been some attempts at peel, but it's so belated. Yeah, maybe Olivine, maybe. I'm just looking for something where the D.Va is tempted or required to move. Yeah, this is too bad. Right. Like, it's not that it's too bad, like, it's just like there's, like, really no attempt at doing anything, so there's no attempt at doing anything wrong. There's just no attempt at all. You know, so... Sure, and thank you for the sub. I'm not the D.Va player, but okay, yeah. Okay, maybe a random here, maybe. Versus Winston, good to hear, good to hear. Maybe. Big Nutsack 14. Nice. Yeah, it's fine, Waloob. I'm still sniffing around. I apologize for the delay, y'all, but hope this is at least mildly entertaining. This is okay. We've got some junk. We've got some poke here. We've got some dive. This might be good here. Yeah, we're AFKing here. This is what we're expecting. She's waiting for a dive, and then she goes literally across the map, which is fine, but then completely mismanages. She doesn't even matrix. Okay, this is good. This is a good start. It's AFK, waiting to peel, nothing happens, and then we commit on the most harebrained dive across the map without any sort of resource planning at all. This is perfect. We're about to get trapped here if we're not careful. We're turret diva-ing while trying to peel at the same time. Yeah, there it is. I knew that was coming. I knew it. Perfect. Yes. This is the D.Va play that we would expect. Yes. You guys saw it, right? Viewers know. Peel the dive all the way across the map. And yet this person doesn't look completely uncomfortable with D.Va's kit like the last person did. Like, this tracking isn't horrible, right? Perfect. Finally. Finally. Yeah, I told you guys, all I do is non-Spylo fan gameplay. The two codes that we got, one was so horrifically bad we couldn't even use it, and the second one was just someone that's just clearly just kind of AFKing. I have a theory about D.Va players. I think they're slightly boosted by D.Va Bomb, I think. I think ultimates that are slightly better in lower ranks boost certain heroes to be slightly better than they actually are. Because D.Va Bomb is a really bad ult, but it's way, way better in lower ranks. And so I think a lot of the times D.Va players, I'm not saying D.Va players are boosted necessarily, but there are certain heroes that just, if they have strong ultimates or stronger ultimates in lower ranks, that they actually get boosted just a little bit here. You could probably make an argument for a couple of other heroes that are on the but on the flip side too. Like, I think Genji Tracer can be a little bit. I see Genji Tracer players that look a little bit better than the rank they are, but their ults are not easy to get value out of. Yep, Zarya to a lesser extent. Yeah, for sure. Very high value ultimate, right? Even if your tracking is not that good. Yeah, this is actually freaking perfect. So I think we're good, Waloob. There's been really no attempt to gap close without hilarious intent across the map. We've been trying to peel unsuccessfully. Let's watch a little bit of the defense here, but this is exactly what I'm expecting from a Gold D.Va player. And then we'll turn on streamer mode so this person doesn't, you know, for whatever reason, doesn't get flamed. Yep, Moira ult is a good shout. Yep, Moira ult's pretty good. I think to a lesser extent Junkrat as well. Because he's not a great hero in a lot of maps, but his ult is pretty consistently valuable. That was a good use of Matrix right there. Okay, this is great. Let's use this code. Midtown D.Va. I need to take notes of this. Where's my code? I had some notes already prepared for this, so let's just add it to that. D.Va, Midtown, Kiri, Jib, Oasis, and then Colosseo. Alright, and then now we need high rank D.Va, which hopefully should be easier. Surely. GM1 D.Va, let's start with that. Well, hang on. M3 Diva. I really would like GM roll Q. Ow! All right, fine. We'll give Eridu's a shot. We'll give Eridu's a shot. How low rank Doomfist players? You could be right, yeah.
Ready for battle.
I honestly maybe review the enemy diva. Well, depends on if they win or lose, I guess, because they're playing into Genji, so Janna. Let's see. So for Thursday? Me too, mate. Looking forward to it. Gap closing, gap closing. We need to be gap closing further. We should be taking the diva trade here, to be honest. That means that we lose that HP trade to force its defensive nade. We're not gap closing. We're not gap closing. We need to be walking to that corner holding boosters. We should be boostering there at all. Frick me, this is trash. Let's look for... might even try a high Masters Diva here. Masters 3 Diva. Opponent played Diva. Masters 1. I mean, Eridu's a fine player, but that was not great. Okay, we fought a GM Diva. I missed it. I must have missed it. Diva's a really good hero into the comp that they were running as well, which definitely helps. Okay, fingers crossed. Well, gap closes in. You should hold point side. Where Eridu was fine, but he needs to be hugging the wall. He does. What the frick? Gavin, are you messing with me again? Freaking Gavin, he's such a troll. He's such a troll. This guy thinks he's funny. See, this is why I can't talk about the challenger system. Gun to my account. You get what I'm saying? That was a good time. Good time. Yeah, good time. Good time. Good time. Shut up. Let me launch the game. All right, let's try this again. I was Hollywood, right? I mean, I am funny, but I don't think making log out makes us look very good. I don't know. Some people might disagree. They might appreciate the less of me that they see, the better. So maybe they'd consider it community service, you know? I don't know. What do you guys think? All right, I think it's this one. That seems to be the vibe I get whenever I'm alive, you know? Like, shut up, sit down, know your place. Gap closing here is good. Definitely a tough comp to play into. Good space creation here. We get pre-fighted, but that's bad missile usage, but other than that, it's alright. We just need to kind of hold the space here. Ah, frick, man. Our team is just getting pre-fighted. Okay. What I might need to do as well, because this is a loss, is I might look for a segment that looks pretty smooth for the most part. Just to kind of demonstrate things working well, because right now we're just getting pre-fighted. But this has overall been good. I mean, we expect it to be good. Oh, not good. We needed to play our life. We need to get HP back first. You want Spyro to play so we can backseat him? Ah, yes, true. Just do the same thing, man. Just do the same thing. Matrix. Gap close, gap close. Over the cafe. Cafe, 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 cafe. Yes, sir. Thank you. Now we chill, we gap close. Now we can go assassination mode. I really don't like how we're using missiles though, because they're like in situations where we could actually be lethal and we're just choosing not to. It's legitimately fine to just not use missiles. This is what the frick are we doing? It's that next step positioning though. Like, it's so freaking hard, you know? Next step. It was a really good start, really poor finish. This is fine. It's really good. Free scouting, so we can just rotate. Probably wouldn't go for Mercy, probably just go for Queen. We look super mechanically messy, though, but that's not a problem. Take top. Missiles are not good. Very sloppy mechanically with both how we're using our cooldowns and our aim. But positionally, it's been okay. It's been obviously a lot better. Hanzo's a good and moral pick. All right, I'm a Sparkle. Impress me. Do something. Do something. Do something. Keep going. You have bomb. Nice. Very good. Pressure that. Maybe we don't even need to. That was fine. Wasn't complicated, but it worked. Nuremberg trial. Guys, did you guys see the recent Nuremberg movie? Was it good? I heard people it was pretty good. I'm considering watching it. I like the original a lot. It's one of my favorite movies. Top 30 or 40 movie for me, probably. So I don't know if it's like if it's just redundant to watch a version. Yeah, this has not been very good mechanically in terms of how we're using our kit or our aim, but the positioning has been okay. Nuremberg Trials, Judgment at Nuremberg. I heard it was remade last year. Let's watch a little more. That last fight there was alright. We could skip around. No crazy dive stuff, but usually hate historical movies. We need to go. We need to go. We need to leave point. We need to leave point. We need to leave point. That's an active fight. Ah! It's okay to leave point if there's an active, important trade happening. Pretty entertaining movie? Okay. I love me some drama. I love me some important political discussions and moral implications and the like. You get what I'm saying? I think the original movie did a good job of that. Too much damage. Too much damage. Too much damage. Too much damage. She's too far. She's too far. She's gonna get brig packed. She's not worth the time. Our missile usage is giving me a hernia. When is a 2-hour segment on Kiriko? You know me too well. Well, we are slowly whittling through D.Va. Slowly. I'm not super impressed. Partly due to the matchup, which is not this player's fault. It's just a little bit of a dull matchup. But also partly due to, like, I don't feel like this is as clean demonstrating what we're looking at here. Yeah. We might come back to that, but not great. Reminds me a little bit of Eridu, which, you know, read into that as you will. Masters 3 D.Va. Okay. We'll take a look. I'm looking for just more consistent direction with how we're moving and positioning. That will be an easier way of explaining things done well. Everyone has faults, though, so nobody plays perfectly. But I want to try to demonstrate the difference between the way this D.Va is taking and holding space and the one that we saw in Midtown. And I definitely think we saw a difference, but not as large of a gap to demonstrate. Good gracious, this is jittery. This is actually disorienting. We might actually have to stop here. I'm actually getting a headache. But that was fine. Worst case scenario, we can swap to the other D.Va. No, it's this. It's waggling up and down. It's definitely not aimbot. It's lagging behind, I think. Okay. Alright, Vasje. Alright. We'll give you a shot, Vasje. If you, I didn't want to do the open queue one, but we'll give it a shot. We'll try it. I'm really not trying to be insulting. These guys deserve the rank that they're at. It's more along the lines of the stylistic choice of what I want to be interpreted, in contrast to the. Oh, but I don't want 6v6. I really don't want 6v6. Not because 6v6 is bad. We're going to actually talk about 6v6 in here. But I really don't. I want to, because the vast majority of the players watching are going to be 5v5. And there is a stigma that 6v6 is different, even though it's not really. It's not really that much different, but it's going to be easier. Frick, man. I think we just got to go back. Let's try the other D.Va in that Dorado code. And where is it? Where the heck is this? I swear this was the right code. No, it wasn't. PNT. D.Va Mirror. Let's just try this. Let's try this. Shambali. Let's try it. Gorilla Grip versus Oxytocin and Faulty Chain 4. All right, what do we got? LeBron James on our team. I hope nobody's getting their feelings hurt. I apologize, guys. It's not about the quality of gameplay, really. It's just the quality of what we're trying to demonstrate here. Because we're looking for specific principles. I'm not looking for micro missile usage as much, or mechanics, or DM usage, really. No codes right now. If I end up needing one, I'll let you know, but I'm trying to avoid diamond rank right now. I'm looking for Masters Plus for this particular thing. This has been fine. This has been fine. Let's keep going. Space control here has been fine. This is M3. Little short pushes, holding the space. We'll look at attack maybe a little bit as well. No, this is a mistake. So this might actually be a good example of like what not to do. So we lost space here, but this is not an easy, convenient dive for us. And you notice what immediately happened as soon as we peeled back? We lost vision on the Sojourn that we could have punished as a result of the dive, and we gave the angle away to Ana. So, no, Vache, I'm sure that you do. I believe you. It's more the visuals. It's for the viewer. It's not about me not trusting you. The viewer needs to not see 6v6 when we're talking about 5v5 specifically, even though we will talk about 6v6 briefly. Just trust me on this. People are stupid. They're going to be like, oh, but 6v6 is totally different, even though it's not necessarily. This is good space control. This is not. Fart! Sorry, guys. Hate to drop the F word like that, but you know. And that was better. Oh, okay. Yes, a grown man said fart. What are you gonna do about it? I mean, this is definitely better though, and this might be okay because there's a lot of this might be okay because even though it's not done perfectly, it does demonstrate the dive principles that we could talk about, and it has been done better and worse at times, but it has been overall been done better, and I think it's probably this might be our best code so far. Yeah. Oh, okay. I got you. You thought I'd say frick? Oh. Okay. We'll give it a couple more fights, but I think this has been okay. This is a very kind of a nice dive hybrid with D.Va Genji. We've done some really good things. We've done some bad things, specifically with what we're talking about. This is probably our best option. Do you actually use swear words? How stream I do not. I mean, this is probably some words I occasionally joke about with Pepper that are probably a little crass, but I would not say swear words. Personal choice. That's pretty good. That was nice. Good little bit of quote-unquote proactive peel there. Good patience there. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Yeah, see, this is good. This is good. Do you notice what we're doing? We're not going back to peel the D.Va because she's too far. We're just trying to control backline. Because partly due to payload, but also just partly due to efficiency. So we're kind of trading backlines. And you notice the D.Va's got demeched, but we've not. That's really good. Yeah, this is good. This'll do. This'll do. This'll do. You like communicates in slurs off stream? I mean, maybe. Okay, that was good. That was probably our best option here. May time. The good news about May, I keep saying this. Good news, surely, guys. Let me. Hopefully, is that I'm gonna laugh if today if all we do is we choose codes because I can't do anything. But we should hopefully is that there's fewer codes, a lot fewer codes, shockingly. So, Silver 5 May. Am I wearing shoes indoors? No. Socks. Sick. Getting over it, mostly. It's a little bit of a lingering cough. Little sinuses here. Wait, I don't even know who's the May here. I guess we got 2 Mays here, so this is great. Looking for the stream? We are looking for bad May space control. Bad May angling. That's what we're looking for. I'm not cared about as mechanics or screwing up blizzards or screwing up walls as much. I'm looking for bad lane control with May. So we'll keep going here. I might even look at the enemy May here if things get ugly for them. Yeah, this is a really fast game. This might be a bit of a dumpster fire. Oh, this might be good here. Yeah, just randomly walling, stacking with tank, mouse wanting. This is what we'd expect most May players to be doing. Good shot there. But there's been no attempt to break this choke. So maybe we'll have a little bit of a medley. Random enemy May. Because we're on defense here, and if all we do is hold this choke with walls and short angles, then there's not a whole lot to learn. Yeah, no, but not a single person going on the left side. Which is more of the attacker's responsibility here. What are we doing? What did we even ult? I think it just might have been a fat finger there. Yeah, nobody's taking any space at all from this May. We might look at the other code. They sent in 2 codes. One was an Ego VOD, and the other one was a bad game, so we might look at the Ego VOD, but this has been pretty bad from this May. Let's actually look at the defense. Maybe it's also bad, or maybe they just swap, honestly. Yeah, you can always... And the other player goes May? That's bizarre. That's more along the lines of, dude, you're playing May wrong. I'm going to play May better than you. Or something. Just... Shots are pretty good. Do we wall that? Yeah. But we walk a little far forward. Do we get... must get, like, pre-fighted or something. We're kind of angling a little here. Oh, we just DC. Okay, well. Yep, skippity-doo. Okay, another May code here. That one was iffy. The attack May was pretty good at demonstrating how not to break a choke as May. But, yeah, not amazing. Any new features in Season 21? Yes. Gavin is installing a blood donor option where you can have an Overwatch character, aka somebody in a big gold suit. You type in your address and your social security number, and then they come visit your house and you donate blood to a mysterious cause. No criminal activity, of course, that we know of. Yeah, so they've been working on that one for a while. Real excited, I'm sure. What is going on? You can kind of see we're just like kind of like running it down. So this is good. We gonna have another spotlight soon? Yes. They will be flying out all the creators in April. And we will be designing our own heroes, actually. So they give us the opportunity to create our own hero. And I will be creating a hero with 8 cooldowns, 5 different mobility cooldowns, nuance and dynamics, and counters every character in the game on paper, but has a 25% win rate because I'm too scared to make them strong. Yeah, we're just frontlining right now. This is going to be pretty good, I think, for the lower ring play. And no one shots. No. Tempo tank. Yes. No, it'll be a tempo support DPS hybrid. The first in Overwatch. The ultimate, what do they call Vendetta? The ultimate dive hero? Yeah, it'll be the ultimate hero. Fuse, Tracer, Lucio, Winston. Yeah, we are so freaking obsessed with tank. This is great. This is perfect. In a bad way. Okay. Mei, Havana. Great. And let's look for some high rank Mei. Oh, Flare Togo's here. Hello. The most amazing hero. Yeah, Flare Togo, your mechanics are pretty good, but you're obsessed with tank. You don't control space very well, which is great for our misunderstood thing. So I really appreciate you submitting your code. Loves and kisses. Thank you for your time. It's so nice to actually look at a code and be like, hey, that's a pretty good representation of probably how a lot of Mei players play, and I think we can do better. That is like the most backhanded compliment ever, but legitimately, I actually appreciate that right now at this point in time. I'm so freaking exhausted of looking at codes of people doing random unpredictable things just because they're Spylo viewers. Nice! You're mediocre! Yay! All right, GM5. All right, let's see what we got here. Angle Max. We could go left here with the supports. We got a junk solo riding, but we could also go right as well. Okay, yeah, no, right's good. Yeah, this is nice. No, stop! No, make a, woo! Why are we have, it's just like the free lane. What are we even walling here? Just solo flank. Literally nobody's even marking here. Oh, Zoing Scoop. We have so many resources already put here. Nah, poopy. I would never leave that angle either. And I can actually talk trash with Mei, because I legit, if I put the time in, I bet I could probably reach GM in Mei. Probably more, well, at least easier than other DPS heroes. He's probably my best DPS hero. I think I've climbed to the highest rank equivalent, like, with either reworked Pharah or Mei or Sem. One of those three, which is kind of disgusting, but, you know, people look at me the wrong way when I say that. Okay, open it up. No! Poop! It's not working. You see it. It's not working. In a week. Yeah, I can't even say in a week anymore. I can't say it. The only reason I hesitate is because I think DPS is my hardest role. I think DPS is the hardest role, but who couldn't reach GM in Mei? I mean, I reached Master 2 in Mei in a week. And I was basically trolling. I don't even think I broke half a dozen hours. Frick, man. We might have to skippity toilet this one. I hate myself. No, stop. Okay, with Vigaboid, I'm sure you're a good player. This particular matchup not demonstrating what we're looking for here. Masters 1 Mei. All right. Reported. Yeah. Rework Pharah was discussing for a while. Mm-hmm. Sure was. Scrim code. Might be interesting here. Especially versus this comp. You're definitely going to need to angle max a little bit here. Okay, wall. It's okay, but you see, like, this is the problem with like doing this, like rushing things, like, right? Like, you hear turret form, you go here, you wall off here, you split Bastion, you pokey, and you pull the Sigma towards you. You don't walk into the Sigma turret form nade here, crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this. No. This is why I was concerned about the scrim code, because people's macro in many ways actually goes on the toilet in the scrims, and they're actually going to lose this fight because of that. Absolutely criminal. Like, Sigma's such bait there. Just be patient. Alright, I'm going to hope for something better here. Otherwise, we're going to have the second high rank Mei that gets the axe. I'm telling you, man, this hero is misunderstood even in higher ranks. Why is Ram considered easy? I mean, I don't know. He's just simple. I don't think Ram is easy necessarily. I don't think any tank is easy for the most part. And there's some matchups that are legitimately very difficult for Ram, but this was better. Being a little bit more patient. We need to start... Ironically, there we should have actually looked at the Ram. Because he was the one that was on our angle. Okay, we're going to lose this. You could drop it in chat, Jesse. We might take a look at it depending on what we see here. But in Discord, !Discord, there's a channel called Codes for Stream Project. That's probably the best way to do it. You're on... you are on Twitch, so you can use !Discord. Wow, I'm actually on fire. No, you're not, Mei. You stupid fool. You are not actually literally on fire. Stop talking and ridiculous hyperbole. Dang it. Yeah, see, like, we compress our angle every freaking time, and we get freaking rocked for it. Like, if I hear, like, just hold the lane. Hold the lane. If they go top, well, then we can rotate away from there. I don't want to talk about it. Like, we're hitting our shots, and that's a freaking fat ult, but, like, my goodness. It's uglier than your mother. That was not funny. Not even remotely funny. You think Rams are going to win the Hyper Bowl? That's true.
Shake hands with danger. Need a guy who ought to know. I used to laugh at safety.
Okay.
Now they call me Three-Fingered
Like,
Joe.
this is the freest comp in the world to angle, because Venture cannot win the 1v1 with you quickly. Can't. Just absolutely cannot. You've got Sigma Bastion controlling 0 lanes whatsoever. I can't. We're compressing again. Okay. Jesse J. Jesse, bad at names. Are you an angle maxer? I don't care about your mechanics. Are you an angle maxer? I'm looking at spacing. It's the same thing for all 3 characters. Your name is Jesse? Hey, Jesse. Jesse. It's me, Spylo. I know your name, Jesse. Jesse. Your mother and I are disappointed in you, Jesse. You done a bad thing. Jesse. Jesse. I mean, even here, we're still not marking the angle on the left side. We're too focused on tank. You think this is funny, Jesse? Is life a joke to you, Jesse? This is why you're gonna be doing nothing with your life, Jesse. You think life's a joke? This fits. You know what I'm saying? This is better. Now, see, the problem is that we waited too long to take an angle, and then we ended up having to go into a contested angle versus the rat, which is not good. So, is this Gavin? No. I heard Gavin is hardstack bronze. I heard all the Overwatch dads are hardstack bronze. Am I the only one who heard that? I've definitely heard that one. Definitely a bronze player. We'll watch a little more. Again, I'm not being. I know I'm being critical here. I'm not saying that people are bad at Mei, and the mechanics of the way they're using cooldowns. That's fine. It's value, right? It's more along the lines of this is. I mean, this is kind of exposing it right here. It's like a lot of Mei players haven't fully grasped how to control space, right? And more so this one than, and ironically, so far, not ironically, but I'm going to be honest with you, like, I wasn't expecting the level of creativity with D.Va Kiriko, and so far Mei has not been great, so far. Which, I guess, if anything, proves my point here, so, let's see. Newfound, thanks for the sub, dude. See, this is the problem. You guys are positively reinforcing bad behavior from me. Unfunny, cringy, creepy jokes. Do it. Please do it. I'm gonna. Nah. Overwatch or Marvel Rivals? For what? Party game or competitive game? I wouldn't play Marvel or Overwatch with friends that I didn't have play first-person shooters before. I just never be taking the flank, man. That's all right. I appreciate the honesty. And you're still a good player. Your mechanics are great. But for what we're looking for this video, it's to demonstrate that principle as much as we possibly can. It's an aspect of Mei, not Mei entirely. Because obviously, if that was the case, then you wouldn't be masters. So, well, tootie cheeks, as the French say. We're running out of options. We're running out of options. Oh, we might be out. Do I have to play a Mei game, guys? I have a Diamond 2 code here. There's no way. I feel like Diamond 2 is too low. It's like borderline here. Sarah Lee, I'm not joking. Get your code ready, man. Get your code ready. I am literally at this point in time where I am, man, I'm like, we're kind of fricked. We need more angle maxers with Mei. You have a few Mei games? I mean, if you angle max, I'll look at it. Chicken, because you're probably low masters on Mei without too much reps. This has been pretty good so far. It's a good little, yeah. See there. See, notice how we get our, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too soon, but do you see how we get our main blocking value without really compromising our angle? And then now we just can kind of hold the lane. He was Silverfin, then insists he plays at a master's level? Well, yeah. It's a little too close there. But this wasn't too bad of a first fight. What do we got here? Hyah. What did we ice block? Oh, never mind. Obvious. As a quick play stack merchant, I will search. What about the Samoa game? Do you still have the Samoa game? I might still have the Samoa game. Samoa game, if I'll trust you, if you said you did it, I'll trust you. This is too frontline focused, too. Off angle maximum. This is better. Ooh, yeah. You see it? You see it? So annoying. We should just get our hands ready. I would wall up and get in that girl's face. She's cooked. Go. Yes. Cause like, okay, I'm not gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it later. But there's a reason why this works. I mean, I don't care about flank heavy. Flank is not really decided for you. Just do. I would blizzard that. I would blizzard that. I would totally blizzard that. Do it. Oh, I love the rat. I love this. Ah, do you need an ice block there? And then just toss ult and wall. Very close. Very close. It's not a gimmick either. I legitimately... I've coached Mei at the highest, literally the highest level, the best Mei in the world, and we did this kind of stuff all the time, versus dive and all sorts of stuff. It's how you control space. Even in Brawl Mirrors, you don't flank necessarily all the time. Occasionally you do. Rotate. Toss the ult. Yes. And now take space off of it. So we should swing left. Left. Yes. Yes! And then you can wall up or you can wall for the poke. I would probably wall up here, to be frank. Just because I like the position better. Greedy. I mean, it's the right play. It's almost there. It's almost there. We just need to wall up and take the position and hit our shots. The ironic thing here is that, like, we're doing the right thing, but we're not quite completing it. But, I mean, hey, we are winning the fights. Yes, hold this lane here. Hold this lane. Be ready to wall. That's cool. Good idea. This has been the best, I think, space control Mei we've seen, though. Mechanically, it's definitely shaking a lot of unnecessary deaths, but pretty solid. I would definitely take double jump here. Agreed. I think they chose the wrong perk. Sadly, as much as I love the spy low perk, it's not good enough in most situations. Double jump is not amazing, but it's better than the ult perk. This is great. And what I would do here is you need to close the gap here, I think, a little bit more. And then now, ice block, hold the lane. You have an advantage here. Just freeze. If we get literally any help here, we're going to win this game. I mean, this is pretty good, guys. And now we have ice block. We just need to ice block. We chose the wrong perk, though. I don't think freeze perk in this situation makes a lot of sense because we're not really interacting with the tank a whole lot. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. For what we want, Diamond 2 is borderline, and you can see it with a lot of the mechanical errors here, but we're winning a lot of fights off of just space control. This is a little silly. This is a little greedy. Switch left and right click? I don't really agree with switching left and right click too much. I do the same thing people talk about with Sojourn, but the reality is that most Sojourn players just have alt fire being the rail. The only person that the only hero that I think is flip flop is I think Kiriko. Primary fire makes more sense with your damage, but most pro Sojourn players just have it on alt fire. So you can aim alt fire. I aim alt fire with Mei, no problem. It's not a problem. This is really good. And I like this versus dive as well. So we could do a lot better with how we're controlling space. We're getting a little greedy with it, but you could tell it's working. And even in this is great too because it's a Rein versus Rein. Yeah, this is perfect. Nice. Okay. Beautiful done, Childy, or however you pronounce your name. Unexpected. Definitely mechanically worse than I would have liked. No offense. But really demonstrating principles here that we were looking for with Mei. Nice job. You start picking up Mei as a sim main? Oh, yeah. Well, you could definitely tell the Symmetra. You could definitely tell the Symmetra. Because yeah, I was like, yeah, okay, that explains some of the positions that you're holding, because the Symmetra background is helping you out a lot. Symmetra may play very similar. The only difference is that there's a lot more dynamic rotations, but like in terms of like sustain angles, playing patiently, holding space for long periods of time because you're a little bit tankier, it's similar. It's similar, yeah. That makes total sense. Okay, cool. I'm gonna pee real fast, and then we will try to get this done. We will try to get this done here. Okay, be right back. All right, I may have bad news. I'm trying to think here, and just given the fact that I have to end stream a little sooner today, I'm wondering if I should save the project for Thursday and do the stat read on Saturday. Just because I want to give it, like, it's going to be probably like an hour, hour and a half that's going to need to be trimmed down, and I don't know if I have time for a full hour and a half. That's my only concern. So I feel bad. I'll have to change stream title, but we're all prepped for Thursday. I just want to make sure I give it like full effort and that we don't have to feel pressed for time. What I could do is I could give you like the TLDR of what I'm planning to talk about on Thursday, like the principles, and then maybe I could play a couple games because that I can control time-wise better. Would you guys like that? We could just do Diva Kiriko Mei. Frick, I'm gonna turn this off. We just need to talk about weightlifting and training. But I really just don't feel like we're gonna have time. Because I'm going to have to give the crash course for each character, and then we're going to have to review 2 codes per character. We're not going to review the whole code, of course, but like at least half a dozen fights probably per character. It's going to be like probably a 30-40 minute long video that's going to be trimmed down from like an hour and a half, and I just don't think I have an hour and a half. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to make sure that like we're putting in the work and preparing, and the codes thing took way longer than I was expecting, and then we also went off on a tangent earlier that I wasn't planning on either. But we will do it on Thursday, planning on it anyway, and then Saturday we'll have an extra 2. We'll look at we'll do the seasonal stat check. But yeah, just so you guys don't feel cheated, I'll give you guys like the quick crash course, like super fast, the unofficial crash course. Basically, TLDR. We'll start with Diva. A lot of Diva players kind of turret. They put a lot of shut up. They'll put a lot of emphasis on like just kind of using their gun at ineffective ranges, which means they lose a lot of health. Or they'll put a lot of emphasis on like peeling. But as you kind of saw a little bit in the Shambali, peeling only works if it's close. So if you're like aggressively, proactively controlling angles, like taking space, closing the gap on tanks and DPS support, not always diving backline a million miles away, but walking progressively forward. Like let's say this is a backline target, right? Like I'm gonna walk to here and then shoot and you know, and then on my next boosters, I'm gonna shoot and fight whoever's near me in Matrix, and then I'm gonna get to here, you know, and aggressively apply pressure here, you know. And a lot of D.Va players like all in all the way across the map, or they'll be like, oh no, somebody's diving my backline over there. Whoa! No. Like it's just, you're not gonna get there in time, right? You saw that with that mid-ton example. So you just kind of have to control an angle, control lane, continually walk forward, apply pressure, or on defense, hold a lane, hold pressure. And because I'm fighting here and fighting here, anybody that uses this space to go for my backline, I'm going to end up fighting them. So a lot of peeling with D.Va, like most characters, is more proactive. Now, the nuance here is that you absolutely can reach targets like this that aren't near you. So I will absolutely stop what I'm doing to peel a target that's close, but it has to be within like a certain radius. Otherwise, it's just not worth doing. And a lot of D.Va players, a lot of ranks, end up giving up a lot of space pursuing peel, and then ironically dying to things that they've rotated away from. Big problem. You got to aggressively close the gap. Little repositions, little off angles, little high grounds, right? You got to aggressively close the gap. Otherwise, you have a real big problem. As you notice, a lot of these things are going to be more spacing control. Now, the reason why D.Va players don't do that is because they have a responsibility, at least that feels like that's communicated from general understanding, of peeling, going back and helping, going back and helping, going back and helping. But even back in 6v6, we talked about 5v5 versus 6v6. Even in 6v6, that was never really D.Va's responsibility most of the time. With D.Va, she was more often positioned to control a lane in 6v6, and because she was generally closer to her other tank, it was actually more about enabling your tank to hold space or go in. It was more about your tank. So you're actually enabling aggression more often than not, or holding space, rather than going back and helping. Although sometimes you would, but like I said, it was more convenient space. So even in 6v6, she wasn't a peel character. She was more often enable your other DPS, your other tank, or whatever to take space aggressively. Because it was just, that was generally what you were closer to. And very often, the D.Va was like the glue in 6v6 of, tanks controlling one angle here, D.Va's controlling the side angle here. And that's why she was so strong, is because she was so good at not taking damage and matrixing off damage and pressure from side angles. So like angles always matter in 6v6, but D.Va would shut them down. That was kind of D.Va's enable thing right there. So, So very similar principles. Mei, as you guys kind of saw there, she can pressure tanks in 6v6. She was a little bit better in pressuring 6v6 tanks, but even in 6v6, she wasn't great at it. She had a little bit less HP as well. Mei, is more about, similar to D.Va, lane control, and then deciding which gun you're going to use depending on how close targets are in your lane. This is really good up close on anything. This is really good on things that are far away. And what you could do with your walls, you could use it to help win a 1v1, block off a 2v1, isolate, split a target. Or the crazy thing about wall, and this is where a lot of people get wrong, is you can hold an angle, like a little bit off to the side, and still get the wall on tank. The problem is that people feel like they have to be in line with their tank to get the wall, which is wrong. But the other problem as well is that people put too much emphasis on her freeze, especially in Overwatch 2. So this is not just a 5v5 thing. This is also because Mei freeze isn't as good as it used to be. So what they'll do is they'll be like, let's say they're even on an angle, right? And they'll get the wall here. And they'll go, right? Bad news. Instantly forces your ice block and you die. And we saw that a lot, even from the higher rank Meis. So what you do is you open your lane, you wall off the tank, you poke. If the tank pushes you, you freeze and ice block. If a DPS pushes you or support pushes you, you ice block, you freeze and you ice block, right? But if they don't push you, you can just keep deepening and you can keep poking, or you can just freeze whatever is close to you. If the tank is on your lane, if the tank pushes you, then freeze, ice block. These are really good tools. But Mei doesn't really want to go out into the open to pursue a tank, because that's going to instantly force your ice block and probably kill you. Isn't peel and D.Va most effective in the method of space control, where she gives up and controls a little space or holds a sort of sight until time? As long as it's just within like a radius. Like, think about D.Va's peel as like a radius, right? Like, there's a certain line where something is too far, it's not worth your peeling. And you can't stop taking space, especially on attack, just because you're scared that somebody might get pressured. Because there's no guarantee that that's going to be the case, and then in the meantime, you're going to kind of enable the enemy team to take space away from you. And so, yeah, I mean, honestly, Mei is going to be shooting more icicles than she's going to be freezing. Most of the time. Just how it works. Most comps, most situations, you are going to be playing a sustaining ice block, ice wall, AoE utility, DPS that is almost impossible to dislodge in a 1v1 from an angle, because you have so much health. You have 300, you have a full heal, you have a wall, you have great burst damage. And the thing that makes Mei really strong and a little complicated is the fact that she doesn't really have an effective range. She's good at all ranges. So what you do is you just take the angle that looks the most attractive to anybody, and then you make it work. Now, there are obvious exceptions, like I would prefer to poke down a Reaper. I'd prefer to brawl a Widow. So I'll choose lanes accordingly. But even those things, there's nuance there, right? You hit an Icicle on Reaper, catch him with his pants down, you win that brawl 1v1 most of the time, especially when you get to major perks. Widowmaker, I'm not going to actively snipe a Widowmaker most of the time, but if she doesn't know where I am and I get first shot, I am going to ego her. Yeah, I think so as well, Angel. So Mei is like incredibly dynamic, but also incredibly fun because she just is super flexible. And so you can harass tanks on main with a wall, poke out a DPS Widow from the back line, get dove by Genji, freeze him, and then ice block yourself. The tank and DPS pushes you, and then you wall yourself and run away and live a 3v1. Like, I was coaching some Mei today, and it's actually crazy how much attention you can hold and how many lanes that you can control. And when people talk about like Mei being like the off tank, it's not a terrible moniker. The way most people use it is bad. Like, oh, you go in there and you create space. No. But when you put Mei on an angle, it's like right up there with like Tracer in terms of the ability to hold that lane for forever. Tracer, Mei, Torb to a lesser extent, but kind of sort of. These are characters that are really good with their sustain, with their HP, of just kind of like holding lanes for long periods of time without help. Right, and wall is so incredibly flexible. It's not just about walling off tank. If I see a 2v1, I wall myself so that they can't 2v1 me. You isolate a hit scan LOS. You can wall off cooldowns. Right, Venture's okay. Venture's a little bit more tempo oriented, but yeah, Venture's not a terrible shout. But yeah, Mei is really, really good at that. Very hard to play, and she has a kind of the soldier problem where she's never really the best character for the map, and so oftentimes she's just not played all that much. But she definitely has. She's a jack of all trades where she has a tool for almost every single matchup and every single map. She just might not always be the best choice. Is Mei good in open maps? Yes and no. That's kind of my point, where she's never the best character in open maps, but she's infinitely better than a lot of the other Brawl DPS. Like, in an open map, I would 10 times rather have a Mei over a Reaper most of the time, or a Torbjorn most of the time, even a Junkrat, right, most of the time. You just have more sufficiency and more range pressure. And so, yeah. And then Kiriko's the final one, and this one's pretty obvious, right? Like, we've talked about this a million times. Off angles. Supports are allergic to off angles, lateral space, opening up lanes. A lot of Kirikos think that their priority is just healing and Suzu, right? Building, even like stuff like the way that we looked at Fielder Kiriko back in the day. They see Kiriko's heal botting on main and think that that's how it's supposed to play. Not realizing that even pro supports open up angles. And when they're running Kiriko Lucio, a lot of times the Lucio is holding the lane on the right side, so there is a crossfire. But yeah, long story short, they'll stack with the other support, which is a big no-no, sit AFK in the back. And then when they teleport, they have to teleport forward, and then they die. Not good. You got to open up angles, you got to open up lanes, you got to use your teleport to get from a side angle back to your support or back to your backline to where you can get help. And what this does is this splits the enemy team's attention, but it also allows you to be in a better position to help your DPS and tank when they go in. What the difference between Mei, D.Va, and so on is that you really don't care as much about your teammates when you're taking space. You can go in a solo lane. Kiriko supports in general will always favor going on an angle with somebody else. However, if nobody else goes, you need to go by yourself. But yeah, Kiriko, take an angle, take space. If you get forced out, you can pop Suzu on yourself, sure. But even better if you can just teleport right out again. And then you can Suzu if you need to. But you basically create your a safe disengage by opening up. And a lot of Kiriko players, they hear that and they're like, oh, you're saying I need to play more aggressive. And then they're like, oh, damage, and they die, or they just sit with their tank. No, it's not about the damage necessarily. Like, you might go in an angle and heal a lot, but it's getting away from the core so that your kit actually provides something unique and different. That teleport actually provides value. The Suzu provides value. Your flexibility provides value. And Kitsune Rush can definitely complicate this, but Kitsune Rush, it's not as important hitting 5 people as people than I think. But yeah, you need to open your angles with Kiriko, especially in 95% of ranks where your other support will never take an angle. Now, if you get into Champ, if you get in GM or Masters, and your Luso's going crazy with your Tracer, well, guess what? Main's an angle now. You've established a crossfire because the other support win. But the big principle, like to boil it down, is you just don't want to be stacked with your other support most of the time. If you can see each other, that's great. If you have a teleport to get to them, if they need help or if you need help, that's great. But you don't start stacked. You don't start stacked. So, yeah, that's the big thing. And this is a really common problem with Kiriko players. And this is part of the reason why she's definitely overvalued in terms of the damage, like how much value that she provides. But I definitely think that her win rate is a bit deflated by like a vast percentage of players that just really don't know how to play her. I actually think Mei is similar. I think Mei is chronically undervalued. I think her win rate is also lower than it should be. But yeah. I hope that kind of makes sense. That's like, I guess, the TLDR crash course. Take the other first perk. I mean, both perks are fine. If you're playing a lot of like dive comps, having faster healing on crit targets is very useful. Both are fine. I don't think there's like an objectively clear one. I would choose the other perk in most rank situations because in most rank situations, you're going to be the one taking the angle, not your other support. But in pro play, it's often going to be the other person. So you're not going to really, you're going to have lots of opportunities to heal people that are crit. Whereas in ranked, you might only have LOS on like one member of your team, in which case the damage one is better. But it's fine. So it's not really that big of a deal. Again, I follow the DPS and it turned into a +1 situation, 2v1 on the lane. Right. And crucially, the loss of resources on main, it's disproportionately valuable to go +1 that angle. Because it's just a better angle for you. So. The other day, Dice Dude guys social is a hero who likes to go places as Torb Turret would be funny to play us, and Kiriko is also like a funny Torb Turret. Yeah, sure. Just a nuisance. Kiriko is a big nuisance, right? Yeah. And like there's like you guys just heard like the awkward establish of like solo flank and 2-tap. You know, it's a lot not as strong as it used to be. But the idea of just taking an angle is absolutely fine. The big thing with Kiriko, though, is that like if you can +1, in other words, go with a DPS or tank on an angle, it's even better. But if your teammates don't take the space, it's still good to go by yourself. Gonna watch the Capitology Old Economy video? I'll probably wait. I try to avoid watching videos like that because I like kind of like doing React content all in a big bunch, like a bunch of informational videos all at once, or thoughtful, creative, or videos. And people were asking for me to do a TikTok React thing, which I haven't done in like 2.5 years. So maybe we'll accumulate a bunch of funny or horrific TikToks or maybe interesting, actually good TikToks, and take a look. My dad is Overwatch. And my dad works at Overwatch, and he'll ban you. Yeah. Want to discuss changes to Hog and get your thoughts? What's kind of you can post it in Discord. I'm kind of like, I'll be honest, I'm a little rework fatigued. People send me these kind of stuff all the time. And the problem is that there are legitimately good ideas, but it's just kind of, there's just a lot. So you can send it to me. I might not be able to get back to you, but you can always send it to me. How many people's dads you work with? That's great. Yeah. I apologize. Wait, I'm not bald anymore? No. Am I Mercy OTP? Well, it's not just about the right way to climb. The way to look at it is that like if you're a silver player, nobody in your team, there's a chance that just nobody in your team takes angles. So you need to take the angles for them. And then eventually you're going to get to gold or plat. People will start taking angles, and you're going to start playing +1ing those angles and working together. And all of a sudden you're going to get to plat and diamond, and you're going to have a lot more DPS and tanks taking angles. And then you're going to be playing Kiriko properly. But you didn't gimmick the system by taking angles. You just did it by yourself. See, that's what people fail to understand. It's not a gimmick trying to exploit silver players' lack of awareness. It's just how you're supposed to play Kiriko. You take an angle, you do damage. And the higher ranks that you go, the more people you're going to find on those angles. And so you might not get away with murder, but you're going to get away with the distraction at least. It's the same thing with, like, I've told you guys about, like, Tracer players that have, like, this existential crisis when they run into another Tracer player on the angle. But I'm supposed to assassinate and surprise people. No, not, I mean, maybe, but what? Just fight them. It's fine. Like, people are not going to be stupid. They're going to try to fight you there, you know? So, this is kind of how Overwatch works. Win Diva codes. We already did the Diva codes earlier. We've got all of our codes picked. If there's a wipe on Thursday, which I don't know why there would be, you're gonna see a nuclear bomb go off on stream. I'm going to weep and weep and weep. Yeah, today, for example, I was coaching some Masters hit scan, and it was all about like take an angle and just expect the response, like expect them to hard push or hard mark you, and just, you know, can you respond accordingly? And it was really fun. You know, so. But yeah. If we were to like, if I played, how much time do we got? I could play 1 or 2 games, probably, maybe a little longer. What would you guys want to see? Do you want to do some D.Va, or I could try Kiriko? I'm pretty bad with D.Va Kiriko, but I can try and give a bit of a demonstration. May, what do you guys want to see? I'll do a poll, just for giggles. What hero, D.Va, Kiriko, May? Poll is live. Just wipe Spylos goes. Yeah, exactly, Vriska. Yeah. I was teasing Hottie about it the other day because he was doing those duos with Christopher, and he was being a little passive and kind of TPing to Christopher instead of walking with him earlier. But he wants to play May. I'm down to play anything. I'm down to play anything. I'm legitimately down to play anything. The only thing is I don't know if I'll play Kiriko, because like I might play Kiriko, and I will play Kiriko, but it'll probably be tragically in quick play, because I just don't think I'm so bad at Kiriko mechanically. But I think I could play D.Va in ranked, and I could probably play May in ranked. Looks like it's gonna be Kiriko. We'll do some Kiriko quick play. I'll try to sweat though. I mean, all joking aside, I'll try to sweat. I'll try to narrate a little bit too. I'm not very good at that because I generally have to like try to just focus but I'll try to narrate a little bit. Try to demonstrate what I'm talking about a little bit. Whoops. I got a loot box. A lot of loot in my box. We're gonna open this sucker up and see what we got. And a Drake egg. Huh. Level. Yeah, what is my level in Kiriko? I don't think I have like almost any time in Kiriko. Time played. Oh gosh, 15 hours? That's it? Yeah. Not much. Not much. You could pay us for coaching? That's true, I could, yeah. I could do that. Not a lot of hours in a lot of heroes. May is pretty low. Lucio's pretty low. I have more hours in Doomfist than I do in Lucio. That feels wrong. We could demonstrate in all these maps here. And so the key thing is that, like, if my support take angle, then I can be more flexible, more patient, play main, help my tank, because we already have a crossfire, and I have a safe teleport route. But, see, the thing is there's no such thing as main. I'm kind of thinking about making a short little YouTube short on this, about there's no such thing as main, right? Like, main is the majority of your team, so there's nobody says, like, this particular spot in the map is main, necessarily, because main can be an angle if your team is on the flank, right? Just depends. So like right now, Samoa Beach, so it's pretty compressed map, which means I'm going to need to open up probably slightly deeper angles, like more flanky flanks, because there's not a lot of good angles. And I'm hoping to work with either my Rein or Genji. Hoping to work with my Rein or Genji, and hopefully my Ashe Zen kind of hold main towards back. That would be what I hope for.
This coming, so let's give it to them.
But I'm not going to wait for them to do what I want them to do. I'm going to go ahead and probably open up left side, because it's more open space, and hopefully somebody comes with me. If they don't, then, well, whatever.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
If it doesn't exist, when I say main doesn't exist, I'm saying there's nobody says this particular spot is main. Your team is what dictates main. That's kind of what my point is. So it doesn't exist, it's not a good. Okay, so this is a good start. You see I'm in a perfect position to help my Rein. See, I'm gonna heal for a little bit here because I've got a good angle for it. You see how much space we're controlling here? Oh, frick. Ah, frick, I was too slow in the teleport. But you see, like, there wasn't a conscious decision there to damage or heal more. It was just to control that lane and then to do whatever I could from that lane. The problem there was my Rein was too passive and my Genji was also... I don't know where my Genji was at that angle and I missed too many shots. But we had the space there, we just didn't do anything with it.
Restoring balance.
I don't want to get too close and get my teleport force too soon. More damage focused. They're going to push me here, so I need to be careful. Nobody's coming with me, so I'm just going to solo angle. See, I don't like this angle as much because it's more congested. But I am getting a space here. You see this? I can help my Genji because I was here. Notice that my Ramatra's okay. Because the damage is not looking at him. It's looking at me. And the Genji. Oh, that's... Shoot, that's a free kill. You see? That's a decent... I'm more healing than I have damage. Frick. All about managing my space and managing my attention. I don't want to get too close here. Let me see if I can swing left here. This is a little awkward, I'm not gonna lie. I don't want my Suzu Force. Oh, okay, that's a lot of resources on that side. I'll +1 my tank now, and then I'm gonna swing here. And if they push, I'm just gonna hold this lane here. And if they push, we could Kitsune rush. I'll TP because I have Suzu and we're just gonna win this fight. I don't want to get traded. See? That one I didn't even need to move. The angle was perfect there to heal from the side, to shoot from the side, to Kitsune my tank. We didn't need to hit a lot of people here. I don't want to get my teleport forced early, to be honest. Let's fight her on my team. See, I don't want to go in 1v5 here. I'll hold the angle here, but I don't want to get my cooldowns forced early just because I'm being silly. This I can win this trade, no problem, 1v1. Take a lane as quickly as I can. Don't want to Suzu that if I can avoid it. I can't help there, so I'm just going to focus controlling this lane here. I have to trust so I can help. You see it? Trust your team. Oh gosh. Trust your team. My Ashe and Zen, I have to trust the angle and win the one in main. If I go there, I might die for that. Frick. I'm not going to teleport in because I don't have Suzu. I don't know the status of that duel. We win. We never, ever, ever had less space than the enemy team. We didn't always win. First fight, we didn't control or do as much damage as we should have. But we never, ever lost lane control. Ever. Not for a second. And so we always had the opportunity to clutch, even down. And I was in a perfect position there. Mechanically, it's just a train wreck. You guys knew that. But, like, I'm always in a position to heal anything from my lane that I can. And then I trust my other support to handle that. Now, I will move if I need to. I will go in with my Genji if it's close. But yeah. And you could see the healing is like, okay, there wasn't as much healing there towards the end. There's a lot more damage. But for the first fight, the second fight, way more healing. It's fine. I'm willing to heal. I can heal aggression. Now, right now, I'm going to go right because I like open space better. And my Zen's +1ing that angle. So I'm going to heal my tank. Spylo healing his tank. Who would have thought? Now he deepens, so I need to deepen with him, but not on top of him. You see it? So now we're just damaging. We'll ego. Definitely a gamble, calculated gamble because we're up 2 and I've got Suzu. But you see that? Just damage. This is what the lane provided. I didn't need to heal my Ram there. And I didn't run into my Ram and give up that angle to shoot damage there. Just be patient. Okay, probably want to hold this lane here with my Ashe. This is good. It's a little close for me, so I might actually... Yeah, because if they push me here, I'm going to have to leave, so... I'll hold this lane here. I'll deepen once I see bubble, rotate to cover. Teleport out, but I have safety because resources were put on my angle, so they couldn't chase. Break bubble, now we heal, now we heal, now we heal, now we open our angle there. I don't want to Suzu that, he's fine. Oh, I freaking flicked there, I shouldn't have flicked. We're on Sombra now, but I do not peel my Zen unless it's convenient. I'm listening for Sombra. I don't want to be too close to this Winston. That's going to be a dive there, so that should keep him healthy. I want to force him to dive me. Look at the lane control, bro. So much better. Winnable, actually. Winnable, very winnable. We're all about lane control, baby. Down 2. You could tell. They had no space whatsoever. I'm going to play more aggressively here because they're going to worry about point and they're not going to worry about me. They're going to have primal though, so I need to be careful here. Good, Bob. We still have lane control. We just had space control the entire game. Never lost it. Even though our tank died expensively. Very expensively. Took a lot of resources for us. And then we win. There you go. I know it's quick play, but...
Play of the game.
How to work on ult tracking in ranked games? Practice it. Go in with the intent to practice ult tracking and nothing but ult tracking. And just practice tracking the 2 ults that are most relevant to you. And no more. Because if you try to track more than that, it gets messy. Thanks, guys. I'm glad the narration worked. I'm not very good at narration. Because I rarely do it, so. Can you make a video about dive tank and lane control? Would lane include? Maybe, yeah. I've definitely thought about doing a lane control discussion video. It's been something we've talked about before. But, we, actually helped me a lot, so you see her, you know, a little super bad. You guys want to see D.Va or Mei? We'll do a poll. We'll do one more poll, and then I'll maybe call it there. What do you think about unranked GMs? I mean, it's more of like it's not like really an ethical question. I just don't appreciate them that. What hero? Mei. D.Va. And some of them are decent. Some of them are good. Some of them are not so good. They're not all unranked GMs are created alike. I do think unranked GMs benefit massively from narration and also massively from principles. Not just from narration, 50 different decisions are being made, but like consistently hammering the same stuff over and over and over again. How do I feel about rocks? Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. There you go. Last time you're playing Diamond? With DPS, yes, thank you. Yeah, the Winston Gattel was lost there. It was tough. We did a good job. It wasn't just me. The Zen did a really good job controlling the lane with Genji there. We did a really good job controlling lanes that game. But you have to take initiative for that, you know? Which characters have the most educational on ranked GMs? Some of the awkward ones I've seen are good. I think Yeatle has some good ones as well, but I don't really watch a lot of them, so I couldn't really tell you. What's up? You're the Zen in your game? You did a great job, mate. If you were. Did a good job. We had a nice little split going on here. I unironically might not play Plat because I actually think it just would not be good. I actually think Quick Play would be more competitive here. I might do it with Mei, but we said the rank decay. We've been kind of fooling around in Doomfist. I'm not going to show you guys a plat game. We'll go to where quick play MMR is probably a little more punishing.
Choose your man.
I prefer Colosseo. It's nice playing with you too, mate. Good job. Circuit's just not great. We could make Circuit work. It wouldn't be a problem, but a little bit less creativity with positioning. How are you used to go knowing where the line is where the fight's going to happen? Just checking your teammates before the fight starts, really. Even as tank, you should be checking your teammates. I can't handle cardboard, bro. It's so freaking loud. We'll do a... I don't know. Sure, that's different. We haven't done that one in a while. Eagle's great is also hilariously bad over here, but it's a good job with understanding spacing. Yeah. Would I do a Zarya again? I mean, we could, but I don't think Zarya is necessarily a misunderstood hero. But just for fun, sure. She has similar problems with D.Va, where people do pick Zarya sometimes for peel in situations when it's inappropriate. But the nice thing about Zarya... What's weird, Zarya, you suffer from peeling, not by losing space, but by losing damage up time. So it's this weird dynamic where, like, it's really easy to peel Zarya if you're good. Like, really easy. Just bubble and go right back to damaging. But a lot of people look at the target and bubble it and... Oh, God, no. You need to, like, bubble it and go back to doing what you're doing. You have to keep pressure in the front line. Alright, we'll see how this goes. D.Va's not my best character. We will give it a good go, win or loss, and if it's ugly, I apologize in advance. Aggressively closing the gap using cover and angles matrix to bail me out. That's the key thing. No flashy eats, no flashy mechanics. Aggressively closing the gap. I'm not going to worry about the venture because I'm going to focus on what's close. Too many hooks here, to be honest, because even though I'm not losing a lot of HP off of it, my team is carrying me too much, and so I'm taking unnecessary damage. I'll just gonna die here. Yeah, it's too many hooks. Which is like, it's fine to mark the hog, but I need to make him... So the first hook was okay, because he hooked me in front of my entire team. He had to walk into my team. But if he's hooking me, pulling me out of my angle, and then hooking me, that's the real problem. And so that second hook was not good. That's not what we want to happen. Okay, we're here. Like, I don't mind if I get hooked there, because that's an angle I want to be anyway. I don't want to peel back too far in this hog. You see, hog dies without my help. Look at that. Frick. Okay, chill for a sec. Frick. Too far back, so I'm gonna disengage and probably just fall off the air. My team is dealing with Venture. Nice sleep. A little bit of damage there, and then just mark this angle away from my Genji. See, this is okay hook. I don't mind about that hook. You see that? Ah, frick. I think we can actually kill this hog here. Improve my positioning. I'm just kind of ending there because I have... Oh, I chose the wrong perk. I mean, the other perk's a little weaker, but for giggles. No, I need to be a Matrix back sooner. My bad. Let me back off here. Oh, frick, man. Fine. Yeah, the hooks are kind of messing me up, but Big thing is just trying to aggressively deal with the angle that I can deal with and not worrying too much about it if something happens too far away. It's just win the trades where I'm at with my matrix, with my shots and so on. It's kind of staggering though, so I need to make sure I don't contribute to that. He is going to peek this with hook. Ventress on the left here. This might be the lane that I choose. Let's see here. We need to be careful to not get hooked. Yeah, I got time. Okay. All right, now we commit. This is my lane. I really don't want to play with that. Oh, my Matrix. I just died with 3 seconds of Matrix. Shoot. Good sleep. That's a good trade for us. That's tough with ults. We just didn't use ours. Oh. I think we were waiting for Nano, but we get a trade. I just died with a lot of Matrix there. It's a misplay for me. I was probably going to die there either way, but would have been nice to be a little slower with that death. I think this is the play here. I like uptime. I like uptime with my my sustain here. Who's close? Who's close? Who's close? Frick, man. Okay, my Juno's getting pushed. Frick. Messy, messy, messy. Ah, crud. Okay, we get a bit of a stagger off of that, so it's not all bad. Interesting. I think we can maybe... No. But maybe we could catch before Hog, but we've got a bad spawn. Frick! That was pretty well played, I thought. Minus not getting the kill. Minus the most important part. Okay, quick decision making here. Now we live in backline. Try to help my assist my Hanzo out here. Okay, we're stage here. 3, 2, 1. Frick. Just too much damage on the entry. Yeah, my bad. It was a good setup. Could have worked. I just need to either get the kill there or not take as much damage. It's the crowd control that I'm just not used to playing into. It's just a skill gap. Okay, well, we're up a couple here. For some reason, I thought the Roadhog was there, but... Grab cart. Okay. I guess I'm pushing here. It's fine. A little concerned about Hog here. But looks like we're getting some pushing. What are you doing, buddy Rope? Carry this to my Ana and then leave. Frick! Tracking. Why am I matrixing that? Oh, frick. Holy mackerel. Alright, I'm gonna gamble here. Hope that we touch. Because I saw a kill there. Oh, we need to regroup. frick. Oh no.
Focus, everyone. Stay with the robots. This ends
No, C9. That's good. I don't know why I didn't just do this Matrix set, but yeah, it's a good try. Yeah, I mean, it's just more mechanical stuff, but basically it's just, you know, aggressively controlling space, aggressively pushing lanes. My promise is that I took pretty good space, but whoops, I don't want to do this. But just lost the mechanical duels, you know, missing burst damages and missing hooks. But you can tell it's pretty proactive at controlling angles, picking space. If I can't peel for my backline, then dealing with what I can elsewhere and so on. Is it okay to practice team TPs and rank when my team are active in? Team TPs? Sure. What am I missing in Twitch chat and YouTube chat? I feel like Twitch chat and YouTube chat are yelling at each other. I don't understand it. What was going on? Somebody YouTube chat's talking about something and Twitch chat's talking about something else. Can I play Megan? He's arguing that Kiryu cannot both damage and heal like BAP. Oh, I mean, you technically can, and it is good to do so a lot of the time, but it's probably not as important as BAP because the way that Kiriko often positions this is not as easy to line up stuff, but I mean, you can. You can. It's just the same old argument. Don't worry about it. I didn't even miss what it said. Was it about peeling or something? Cheers, Kimba. Glad to help. Can you watch replay? Can you see the Genji? It was me. Can you give tips on Diamond? Not right now, mate, but I think you're doing a fine job. I think you did a fine job. I wouldn't worry too much. You know, screw it. I'll take a quick. I will look at 2 fights. 2 fights. You did fine, mate. You weren't the problem here. It's all right. The Kiriko can't weave. She has to give up damage uptime in order to use heals. I mean, that's not... I mean, yes, but it's about value uptime. It's saying that, like... I mean, technically...
5, 4.
I mean, of course Kiriko can weave. Like, when you're giving up damage uptime to heal, it's because the healing provides more value than the damage in that particular instance. And so when you're min-maxing damage and healing, like weaving one than the other, you're saying that I really need healing, but I can get a little bit of damage in between the heals. You get what I'm saying? Coach should be top 500? Oh. I mean, yes, obviously. I probably, if I put a couple days into D.Va, I don't even know if I would be Diamond 1 or Diamond 2. But yes, I mean, congrats. You spotted the obvious. But can you say that you've coached Poco, Zadiva? If the answer is no, shut your freaking mouth. Pretty reasonable deflect, help you to take space. This is pretty reasonable rotations. Good deflect. Yeah, this has been fine. Yeah, this is, I mean, you got headshot railed. It sucks, but like, I think pretty reasonable space. You held the angle. You could have deepened through here, but I don't think you really needed to. This has been okay. That's all right. The D.Va's getting hooked nonstop? Yeah. No, that was okay. That was not a bad fight here. I mean, that's kind of what killed us. You and me both. And that's the Hog Classic, right? You can have pretty solid macro, and then you just have an unnecessary death before the fight started. That's pretty bad. That gave them an extra 15 meters of push. This isn't terrible, but it's also okay to shoot Hog if he's just closer. Like, once she disengages, she's no longer really a value to her team. So you don't have to reach this far. But the only reason it works is because you did have your deflectability out. So not perfect, but also not bad either. Is this the Baihu skin, I think? Good rotation here. Nice and patient. Hold the angle. Again, it's the hooks that are killing you. To be honest with you, I really have not had too many issues with you're playing, besides minor mechanical nitpicks, just don't get hooked in situations when you really shouldn't be getting hooked. This isn't just like, oh, in the middle of a chaotic fight, I got hooked from behind. This is just like pre-fight. You had nothing really to think about there besides hook, and you just got hooked, you know? And that kills our momentum again. But this has been fine. Sure, yeah. Take the space top, please. Yes. Now deepen across. I would even dash across here. But this is fine. Real final boss is Dorito Joe? Who the frick is Dorito Joe? Yeah, it's good. It's nice. Be careful without deflect. Right? But this is good. Not your fault. You're getting your deflect forced here. You really should just be disengaged and getting healing, and then retaking your angle with blade. Yeah. Not great. Yeah. Not. That one was not as good. That one was a little bit more patience in taking the next angle. You don't want to know? Maybe I don't. I mean, honestly, it happens. That's a good hook. But still, that's number 3. Your space control's fine, but we've gotten pre-fighted 3 times in a row. You're looking like me with a diva with how often you're getting hooked here. Just grab the mini to your right next time. This is fine. This is just a lot of ults and you didn't really have a good staging for blade. Let's check out this blade here. Unfortunately, you got your deflect force. Risky play. Yeah, we'll stop there. Honestly, it's fine, mate. You just got pre-fighted with hook. Need to do a little bit more disciplined job of like finding your next angle. So like you're taking good initial angles, and then as the fight develops, sometimes you kind of stand still and you don't think about like, okay, where's the next spot? How can I close the gap? Where's the next spot? But honestly, it's not too shabby. You're okay. Just pre-fighted with hook. Need to use rock here. Wait. But yeah, it wasn't too shabby, mate. Good stuff. I mean, it's just quick play, having fun. We can do. You guys want to do a May game? We can try a May game. How much time do I got? Do I have time to do a May game? Yes, I have time to do 1. What did you sort of arguing over pointless semantics? Yeah. I mean, you're technically right. Yes, you're losing damage time to heal. If you do damage, then heal. But the argument is more about when I want to heal, can I also be doing damage? You see what I'm saying? That to me is just the flipped argument. Because there's certain situations when you just want to be healing, but you're like, maybe I can get a damage on the shield or in the tank, and that's when you weave. That's it. Why was in that lobby if I'm diamond? I mean, I don't know. It's quick play MMR. I wouldn't exactly say my tank MMR is particularly high, especially in what I play. I mean, I don't sweat in quick play and tanking. I think you belong just fine there. Do you think 80% win rate is possible? I mean, if you buy an account, sure. Or smurfing, sure. I have not seen Awkward Genji's on Ranked to GM, no. I haven't seen really any of his on Ranked to GMs. I've watched like a little bit of a couple, but... What should I do with Zarya when the whole team is counting my bubbles, and as soon as these both even just don't like they focus me? I mean, then you should have gotten more value out of using your bubbles earlier. Like, but it's not, there's no argument about use your bubbles earlier, use your bubbles late. No, just get value out of your bubbles. Do damage with your bubbles. If the enemy team ignores you and refuses to shoot your bubbles, burn them with 0 charge, right? And so that then if they try to punish you when you don't have bubbles, they're not in a position to punish you properly. That's really all there is to it. Bubbles is just money. You spend your money on buying goods and services. And if you spend your money on frivolous, wasteful, lazy, crappy services, then you're going to get smoked. But if you invest in good things, then you're going to be in good things. So don't over stress about the time. Just do damage with bubbles. Take space with bubbles. Engage in duels with the tank line or the DPS or the support line with bubbles. And if you do that well, then you're not going to have worries about people killing you without bubbles. I thought you were like a Legends coach. Champions now 55 for 60. Yeah, makes sense. Do you have any opinions on this coaching? We talked a little bit about the start of stream, but no, I don't like throwing anybody under the bus, to be honest. I don't like engaging in that kind of drama, and I'm sure Awkward probably feels the same. I don't know Zephi. Zarya likes to grind and sell houses and flip them? Yeah. Zarya's a notorious house flipper. And in the market crash in 2008, Zarya went down the toilet, drug addiction, abusing a lot of anabolic steroids, accidentally took steroids, muscles inflate, and realizes that, man, wait, maybe I should just abuse anabolic steroids instead of doing heroin. And that's now, ironically, the heroin that we have today is from that. It's a beautiful story, really. How to practice team TPs and rank. You said that earlier, and maybe I missed your response. I don't understand your question. You mean Symmetra teleports out of spawn? Like I don't understand what that means. You should consume vitamin C right now. I have a multivitamin. It's probably, and I eat a lot of citrus. So
Vote for a
I don't care. We'll put on a disaster class of May on any of these 3 bad maps. Zarya plus using bubbles plus housing crisis bubble. Right, exactly. That's actually true. The financial bubble. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac killed Zarya. Using teleport for team play? No, like call for TPs from a TP to make them pre. Oh, long a conversation we'd have to have when I'm not distracted. I don't really care. Biggest thing is recognizing opportunities to teleport to an angle that is behind the enemy team or to the side of the enemy team, or teleporting to take a powerful position. If you look at somebody like Yubi's just really good at teleporting his teammates to powerful positions or powerful angles and creating off angles. But very rarely, unless you're like skipping chokes, are you teleporting as 5. It's usually a clump, like a support plus DPS or just a DPS. So it's just like looking for ways to teleport and control angles as Symmetra or people that are with you. And the way to practice it in ranked is you don't practice it in ranked. You only practice your angles, looking for your sightlines and your flanks. But the difference between an angle that Sojourn likes and an angle that May likes is Symmetra is not that different. So if you're practicing your own solo angles, the high ground or flanks, or wrapping around and flanking around, you are practicing team teleporters in a way. If that makes sense. Because they are similar. Opening up good angles, flanking, finding cover, skipping chokes, and so on. So, Bobby, yes. Not after stream because I'm cutting it pretty close. I have something that I have to do after as soon as this is done, but I will try. Nice, Hudson. Congrats on the champ. Holy crap. Shout out to Cager as well. All right, what am I doing? I'm completely locked out here. I gotta lock back in here for the. We'll hold this lane here. It's not great, but it's all right. Hold space, hold lane, sustain. You're gonna see a lot of late ice blocks and a lot of deaths from me because I'm kind of washed, but that's the goal. Pharah, not a good start. That's okay. I'll still hold the angle. And the mechanics we will not talk about because we don't talk about them. I do this so that I can poke the Doom for free. And then I ice block to sustain on the angle. Orb is coming in, I'll catch the orb. But that wall provided artificial cover for me so that I could poke the Doomfist for free. But now I don't have ice block, so I gotta be careful. And they're gonna try to clear me here. And I'm walling whoever's behind him, whoever that is. I should have ice blocked that, and I thought I did. I think I got stunned out of it. So now we cross lanes here. Oh no. Frick, I messed up. I needed to back up, I think, or cross to the right sides. But we got pre-fighted, so it's not the end of the world. I think that fight was lost either way. I think we go top here. That's it. This is like the worst comp for me to play too. But that's alright. It still demonstrates that there's still stuff that you can do. All I had to do is jump down. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to get punched there. Okay, so we're solely controlling this lane. I'm not gonna get any help. A little bit of time for me to get my cooldowns back. Okay. Open right. Mechanics are so important to this character. Despite what... Frick! I got orbed and rocketed. Where's comp and map? Yeah, it's fine. We're doing fine. We're stopping cart early. My Ryan's doing a great job of stopping cart early, so they're just making zero progress. And we've actually won that fight, which is a miracle, given the ults that they dumped out. Okay, maybe not. Okay, we're literally letting a copy brig run us down. That's crazy. That was really bad for my team there. Come on. There's stickies. No, there's Doomfist is still on me. Okay, no, Doomfist is on the right. Hello? No. I fumbled that. Frick, man. My bad. Missed my shots. This wall was too slow. Didn't ice block the punch. Didn't finish the kill on the echo. I don't think we win this. I will try, but... I might just ult the point to... Just to create some space. I should have pushed top. I should have trusted my team. I should have trusted my team. Push top right. You saw what happened as soon as I go straight to point because I'm nervous. We instantly lose to the far on top right because nobody's contesting her. That's my bad. So that was a rare non-mechanical Spylo miscue because that was just horrendous positioning. I needed to trust. Going to point was not going to save us. I can hold this space here, no problem. Well, maybe. Yeah. Okay, that's a mistake. How did it not hit that Kiriko? Did you guys see that? I'm gonna greed this ice block here. Ah, poopy. I could have chosen my perk in ice block there. We got a trade though. And that's a big one to get a trade for because if we can open up a left angle, we can retake this, no problem. But we have to open up the left angle, and we're not. So I'm not confident here. Oh gosh. Frick. Yeah, you have to outplay their DPS here if you're gonna perform on this map with me. And I'm not. It's unfortunate. Breathe spell, you're doing fine? Yeah. Well, I hope you can at least see the attempt here, right? Our comp kind of sucks. We're on Moira Brig Ryan. into Flyers Doomfist. So it's at least I'm not the only fraud here, but we needed to clutch some of those fights out, and we didn't. Picking one of the perk while IS doesn't activate until the next ice block. I feel like I knew that, but that's good to know. Probably go top right here, I think that's the play.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help.
Probably top right and just cross your fingers.
To save itself.
I hope they put up a fight.
Solo angle top right, play Beatty. Probably wall myself, as in create a shield for myself once they look at me. Because we need something to press top right. There's no way we're going to be able to sustain on point with Brig Lucio versus that. Why not left side? I don't like looking up that sharply. It's a good question. I prefer to use my gun and wall on a flatter surface versus these flyers. But it's not a bad idea. Oh, frick. That's just tragedy, man. You can maybe hold this lane here? No, yeah, we keep going. Frick, man. I just have to hit a shot. More so than anything else. Well, the space control is there. Mechanics are not. Excuse me. We'll open up left. You guys saw the vision, though.
Incoming.
2v1, let's go. Oh no, we got pre-fighted. I'm just gonna die. I wanted to hold the support line there, and then as soon as I see that my Doomfist is dead, it's pointless. Just get the wave.
The world's not going to save itself.
Alright. I think I can go wall to right off of card here. I haven't actually done this rotation before, but I think you can do it. We died before I can get there. I might be able to hold this lane here if I back off. Maybe. Maybe. I gotta be careful of Boop here. Okay, we're good. I don't think I can make that. Oh, yes I can. Yes I can. I think we do something silly here. Nope, can't. Good enough. See, it's all the hard shots we'll hit. You know what I'm saying? I think she might try to flank me. Bro, we have got to stop getting pre-fighted. Gonna die. Do you swap your mouse buttons for primate? No, I talked about it earlier, but I think Icicle feels fine with alt fire.
Don't give up. We can do this.
More of the same. Can't cheat. We could probably play left here with how far they're reading right, but all right, let's try this out here. Nice. Maybe? Who did we freeze? Oh, frick. Got my one, I guess. Eventually. Yeah, I think this is a situation where, like, yeah, he's just rage quitted. Rage quitted, I said. He was just terrible. He probably should have just played his hero pool because he didn't know how to play cast, and obviously it wasn't a great game for me. But I hope at least you could see the like, okay, so let's put it this way. If you are able to, let me kind of demonstrate here. Don't forget about the rock. Wait, where is it? If you are able to take the lanes and hit the shots, what you could kind of see here is you could see a little bit more on the defense, so worked a little bit better. Where you can use wall in more way than one. Because if you're playing flyers here, my advantage versus the flyers is not going to be my ability to shoot them out of the space necessarily. It's going to be just a nuisance in spots that they want to kind of control. You know what I'm saying? So in this particular situation here, this was one of the rare decent plays we had here. But it's doing so to allow me to maintain and control this angle and then not get picked off because of the sustain. That's kind of the idea. And we saw that a little bit on second point as well. Now, the challenge here on the attack, and the reason why things went kind of wrong, partly you wonder if this is the better angle. I haven't really played man this map before, and I'm really wondering if this was really better versus the flyers. Because somebody else chat asked me, why not go left side? And I was like, well, it feels like I'm looking up. But maybe you're right. This doesn't really feel much better with where fights were taking place, right? It still felt pretty crappy. But like stuff like this here, like you gotta hit a shot. Like you just have to hit a shot. There just isn't any excuse for that. Even just one icicle there is crucial. Because this is where actually I can compete with this character. It's the space that I can compete. It's the HP pool. I have ice block. This far needs to die. Just hands down, you know. Even through tunnel might be ideal. You mean going through like through here to main and wrapping from here? You might be right. Like a deeper flank might have been okay with the sustain. Yeah, you might be right. Like I said, I haven't played Mei in this map before, and I was not equipped to deal with this. But I guess if nothing else, I kind of joked about it here, but it's like my ability to hold attention and hold space in this lane for a long time, kind of by myself, is why we won this fight. And then now this next fight, this is where I think I made the wrong decision positionally. I just don't think there's enough value closing the gap here. I think I probably should have just literally done something really silly all the way over here and just ratted. And if I had gone here, then I needed to actually hit the shots. And I think somebody in chat was asking, why aren't you primary firing? Why aren't you primary firing? I think this particular fight here where I drop on wing, I think this is probably where primary fire would have made a lot more sense for 100%. This is definitely one of those situations where controlling this lane here with primary fire, I have a bad habit now, not using primary fire for sure. How did everyone get there? I rotated there and everybody followed, which was kind of unfortunate. Not great versus the double flyer comp. But yeah, like right, for example, like right now, this should be a kill right here. The angle setup is okay. You can argue maybe it's not the best angle, but this should be a kill. So we've already kind of talked about my Cassidy's struggles this map. This is one of them. But like it's kind of inexcusable that I back off here and don't secure the kill. Partly mechanical, partly whatever. Yeah. So, and then I think the rest of this was like either mechanical stuff or like team just was kind of boomed at this point. Because it is a really challenging matchup for us. Like my Ryan player's on Doom. I have a Brig one trick. Guy goes Lucio. I don't know why he goes Lucio. And a Hanzo player, I think, trying to play Cassidy. And then obviously a guy who hasn't played Mei in a while trying to play Mei in a bad matchup. But like this is okay. But like again, pre-fighted and then pre-fighted again. And so I back off. I hold the space. We hit a couple of shots there. I think this is where I got lost because I wanted to see if I could make the jump. I don't make the jump. We get pre-fighted again. I mean, really, what is happening here? So it's just an unlucky game, and I wasn't good enough to perform well enough. But yeah, that's kind of like, we'll talk more about it. Obviously, we demonstrated it more in the other code. We'll talk more about it. But like, this is how you have to play Mei on maps like this. You just have to control lanes of space as much as you can, and you just have to hit your shots and die slow. Just have to hit your shots and die slow. Yeah. How do you feel like being the one to push cart in this Mei? It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I just never assume that I'm going to be the one pushing cart because I always assume somebody else is going to do it. If nobody else does it, I'll gladly abandon chip. But I never want to be the first one to dictate that. Now Mei is actually fairly good cart because she has range and she has a lot of sustain, so she can hold cart for a long time. But I like you're going to be proven. Your teammates are going to prove to you that they don't have the propensity to take space, and you guys have seen it in this game already. So I never want to assume that they're going to do the thing. And so yeah, I'll always drop. I'll be the first guy to drop a card if nobody does it, even on a character that needs to set up. But I never assume. Yeah, Mei is fine on cart in a vacuum. If you're like communicating with your teammates, Mei's really good in cart. A lot of sustain, poke, range utility. Her ult she's fine. But about the hardest possible matchup to try and demonstrate Mei. Yeah, but also it was kind of what I was trying to demonstrate with Mei anyway. Like I don't. The whole point of this was that if you are good enough mechanically and snappier than I was, you can see I'm creating opportunity. Like, okay, let's put it this way. If nothing else, you should watch here and see like, wow, there was a lot of opportunities for me to do things there. A lot of opportunities, like a lot of duels, a lot of 1v1s versus Pharah that actually got my way. If we go back to like second point here, like a lot of like this kind of crap here, like there's so much opportunity to carry here. And then this fight right here, like, like, come on, look at this, right? Like, Mei's freaking good in here, right? And I'm not walking out here. I'm going to go meet the problem where it's at. And so you can laugh at how the execution here for sure. But this is exactly... I'm choosing my perk or something. That was horrendous. But like you could see it. Like I can say that I can live this. I forced ult. I should have lived this ult. You can ice block this. You can live for a long time. My Moira's here to pocket me. Like this is good. You just have to execute. And like that's kind of the main thing here. It's like if you've ever felt completely lost this Mei, I hope you can kind of see just being a little bit more creative with taking space. This is how it works. Yeah, the wall is not working. And I think it happens again here too. Oh man, this one is probably the most painful fight because I did not trust my team. I was like, oh, we're just gonna lose. I'm just gonna die in cart, which is stupid because my teammates do get the stall. Look at that. We actually killed the Doomfist. Imagine if I was 1v1ing Bacon up top here. I mean, first off, it's a duel in my favor. She's distracted, but more importantly, it's the health pools and the proximity. I will win this duel. Poke her out or kill her. And then I do the exact same Zoning Blizzard. Zoning Blizzard was okay. It's not a terrible idea in this particular instance. It's not a particularly valuable ultimate. But then more importantly, Pharah does not have this lane. And then I could deep in here, poke, brought, and then my Pharah and Moira, or it's not dying, so yeah. Easy enough for me to clear that lane. I tried to retake it with wall, but I didn't have the perk. Did I choose the wrong perk here? Oh no, I didn't. Oh, I'm so bad. I think I double jumped and accidentally used my high ground taking. Oh no, that's terrible. I used my double jump just not thinking, and then that's why I couldn't retake the high ground. But obviously, hindsight, you could have just walked there. So yeah, I haven't played Mei in a long time, but definitely I think one of the more interesting, underrated DPS, and especially in bad matchups like this, it really rewards creativity. I really like it. Wall is super fun to use. I mean, I know this was like probably the only good wall I had, really good wall I had in the game, but like stuff like this is super cool to me, right? Who am I going to wall off? Who am I going to isolate? I can't really wall off Wu Yang. I can't wall off a flyer, but you know what I can do? I could wall myself as a way to create artificial cover to poke out a Doomfist, right? That's cool to me. You could do this stuff all the time. And back when I played this character more often, this is exactly the kind of stuff that we would do. And then also working with Backbone, of course, this is the kind of stuff that we would cook up. We would wall off Anas during nano engages to block off nade. We would wall off Soldier 76 angles during primal engages to prevent the off angle from poking. Doomfist dive was impossible to wall off, but what you could do is a narrow choke, so you could wall off the entire choke that Tracer was using the stage from, and so Tracer would have to use 2 blinks to go around, which then made it easier for Backbone to headshot her. So we had all sorts of just creative different things like that. We would do with wall and dive comps on crazy maps, and Mei was honestly even in a worse spot then because she didn't have the whole double jump perk. You know, I mean, I guess every character's been power crept since then, but yeah, you did have one shot on Tracer though. That was nice. That was nice. I do miss that. Well, kind of miss that. Kind of miss that. But yeah. Okay, I gotta go play football. We went a little over here, and I guess we ended up spending more time talking about things than we did. But yeah, the Misunderstood project will be done on Thursday. May Kiriko Diva. We got the codes. Shout out to all you guys, all the plat players, gold players, and grandmaster players for sending in codes for that. So I think we got some good demonstrations. I have it all kind of scripted out. We'll do it on there. But yeah. Go paralyzing people. Well, it's not tackle football. Been many years since that. Yeah, we'll toss right over. Hottie's still streaming. We'll toss right over to Hottie. Look at the door going to play football. Hey, man. I like sports. Loves the cases. Cheers, YouTube. Cheers, Twitch. Thank you guys for being around here. Yeah, that's about all. Have a good rest of your afternoon, evening. I'll see you guys on Thursday. We will do the official Misunderstood things on Thursday. We'll do the stats analysis on Saturday, trying to read win rates and stuff like that. But yeah, thanks y'all for being here.